Today's video is brought to you by Manscaped.com. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you thought my beard game was on point, well, what if I told you my beard game down there was also on point? Now, the scariest part about trimming the beard down there is putting a blade up to my balls. But Manscaped creates an all-in-one manscaping kit that actually makes it safe, easy, and even a little bit fun. I ain't gonna kid. Now, I'm one of the lucky ones to receive the new Lawnmower 3.0 water-resistant body trimmer. It's actually the only one on the market with like skin-safe technology, which actually reduces cuts and bruises and scratches. Which, listen, I can handle them up in the beard, but like I said, when you put that stuff near your balls, it can be very scary. Manscaped makes it safer, way safer. It's got a 90-minute battery, so you know you could charge it by USB and be manscaping for hours. You could even do it in the shower, so you can knock two birds with one stone. See, time efficiency right there. You also get a built-in LED, so if you wanted to shave your nuts in a more ambient setting, then hey, all the power to you. But hey, if you get the perfect package 3.0, they actually give you ball deodorant and crop reviver ball toning spray. Listen, don't you put deodorant on your armpits? Maybe you should start putting it on your delicate little balls. That might actually help out a little bit. I'm sorry if I ever said you had little balls. That was a little offensive of me. But hey, for a limited time, if you buy now, you get 2 free gifts: the Chet travel bag and the anti-chafing boxer briefs when you purchase that perfect package 3.0. Again, do yourself a favor, get 20% off and free shipping with the code Ordinary20 at Manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at Manscaped.com using code Ordinary20. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into the video. Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and I can already tell in the comment section, oh, Muta really wanted to spread this one to 10 minutes. Yes, I did, and I went above and beyond for it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, I'm a huge Metal Gear Solid fan, okay? I love Metal Gear Solid, okay? Metal Gear Solid and me have had a relationship for a long time, okay? When I think of Metal Gear Solid, it's one of those games that made my favorite genre of video games, stealth games. To this day, all right, your game can have stealth in it, and I don't even care about the story or anything else. As long as it's got good stealth elements, I'll play it. And a lot of that has to do with me growing up with Metal Gear Solid my entire life. Now, of course, recently I played through Metal Gear Solid for the first time in my life in chronological order, meaning that I didn't play by order of release. I literally looked at the game's overarching story, pinned the games out, not hard to do, and played them accordingly. And ladies and gentlemen, as I've beaten Metal Gear Solid 4, I am finally at the end. I am finally at that point in my life where I can say, God, do I love Metal Gear Solid 4, and God, is it a stupid game. Now, I've been looking on YouTube, and there's been plenty of videos about Metal Gear Solid 4, some people defending it, some people calling it a mistake, and you know what? What if I told you every single one of those people was right, okay? Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of those games that's lightning in a bottle, okay? Not for the reasons that you may actually expect. It holds a near and dear space in my heart. I still remember, back in the day, sitting in front, watching a 480p video of the first-person player reveal of Metal Gear Solid 4, when they made it look like a Call of Duty game, and then they eventually said, this ain't an FPS, this is MGS. And boy, oh boy, were the graphics blowing my mind back in the day. Now, you have to understand, okay, graphics from the PS2 to PS3, probably the biggest jump, okay? I mean, for once, you actually have proper and real lighting. You actually have character models that can show proper emotion. And because it's Metal Gear Solid, it has always had a requirement to look really good. Most Metal Gear games, when they release, oh, they look good for the system that they're on. And most of the times, it's been the weakest system of the generation. This is the same game director and development team that decided to implement melting ice cubes in a PS2 game near its launch cycle. Now, understand, this might not seem like a big deal, but this is a detail that like 2% of the audience would have picked up. They still decided to spend the time to code it in. They care about small details and overall making their games look amazing. Now, Metal Gear Solid 4, while it looked great, it was exciting. For the first time, we saw our main character look like an old geezer. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, this was a game that marks the end of the franchise. Not just the end of the franchise, but you know going into it, the end of our boy Solid Snake. So, arguably, this was the big Metal Gear game for a lot of us fans. Up until this point, we've played pretty much everything the series has had to offer. Now, when it's finally given its chance at a finale and to end this overarching story that spanned decades in the game, it's a pretty big deal. So anyways, Metal Gear Solid 4 releases on the PlayStation 3 in 2008. And before we jump into that, we have to go through the magical world of context. Now, to cover this, I'm gonna just give you pieces from each of the games that's sort of gonna help with Metal Gear Solid 4. As the video progresses, I'm going to fill in more pieces of context with various Metal Gear games as I see fit. But in order to understand the meta world of Metal Gear Solid 4, you have to look at two games in specific. One from the modern era and one from the prequel era. You might be wondering, eras, Mutahar, what is this? Is it Star Wars? Well, let's get to it. The prequel era of Metal Gear Solid is typically defined by Metal Gear Solid 3, which is the earliest game in the storyline, and then it goes to Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. You might be like, but Muta, you forgot Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops. Hey, look, if Kojima doesn't care about that game, we're going to leave it out of it, okay? I mean, even in the Legacy collection that I bought, let me check it real quick. Yeah, he doesn't even mention Portable Ops here either. He doesn't even care. He's done with that. So it has Metal Gear Solid 3, Peace Walker, and then Metal Gear Solid 5, Phantom Pain, and Ground Zeroes. And then you have the MSX Bridge era, which is the two original MSX games, which I'd say 3% of the overall Metal Gear population has probably played all the way through. These include the two original MSX releases, which for a lot of us weren't even an English translation or release on our side of the world till MGS3 Special Edition launched. Then you have the modern era, which is Metal Gear Solid, which would be the game that most of the people who have played the franchise have started off there. Okay, so for me, I started with Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PS1. Then you have Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, and then you finally have Metal Gear Solid 4. And you might be wondering, oh, but what about Rising? Oh, yeah, I'm not going to forget about Rising, okay? Trust me, when I made a Metal Gear history video, I remember there was a couple comments that said, wow, you hate Metal Gear Rising? I hope your whole family burns. Not really, but you get the point. And I'm not even going to talk. I'm not even going to address the hate, okay? Maybe if it comes up in the video, I'll address it. But until then, that's really all you have to know. MGS4 is the real ending. And this is, quite honestly, the big deal. So to understand context, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, takes place in 2007, whereas Metal Gear Solid 4 takes place in 2014. Now, MGS2 takes place between 2007 to 2009. It's a 2-year chronological game because there's actually two big events that happen. Now, Metal Gear Solid 2 takes place, I believe, 2 years after the first game. So in the first game, Solid Snake and Otacon and Meryl Silverberg are the only ones that survive from the Shadow Moses incident, where a giant nuke is to be set off and the world is going to go into the Dark Ages type of shit. Snake saves the world. At some point after the end of Metal Gear Solid 1, Solid Snake, Otacon, Mei Ling, who's your codec support agent, and Natasha Romanenko, who's the weapon support agent on your codec during MGS1, actually end up forming an organization called Philanthropy, which is an NGO that's designed to raise awareness against Metal Gears, to prove the existence, to expose the system, and then attempt to prevent their completion by actually destroying them. So it's sort of like, you know, their gift back to the world that's being slowly consumed by war. Now, in Metal Gear Solid 2, in order to detect a new type of Metal Gear, Snake and Otacon depart on a mission to actually invade a U.S. special, ship that's floating around, which is basically a weapons test bench for the U.S. Army. Now, this ship contains a new Metal Gear Ray to be specific, which is designed to fight against Metal Gear Rexes, the design that got leaked at the end of Metal Gear Solid 1. So now every other country, big or small, has their own Metal Gear. The U.S. Army has to make an anti-Metal Gear in order to fight against these new ones on the market. So Snake invades this ship, and it turns out it's not just Snake invading it. You've got Russian paramilitary, ex-Soviets coming onto the ship as well. So eventually, by the end of it, it all becomes a giant clusterfuck. The Marines end up suffering massive losses. The Russian paramilitary serves massive losses as well. And you've also got characters from Shadow Moses, MGS1, returning as well. So Ocelot, who comes back. This time, he had his arm returned, which, if you played MGS1, he had his arm chopped off during the events of that game after a boss battle. And his arm is replaced with the arm of Liquid, Snake's dead brother, who he killed in Metal Gear Solid 1. And that hand, somehow, Liquid through that hand, takes over Ocelot's brain to an extent. Like, I don't look. It's supernatural. It's weird. It has an explanation. If this is confusing you a little bit, trust me. We've put hundreds of hours into the game. We're still trying to get the answers. But that's pretty much what you kind of have to know. 2 years after that ship blows up and everything goes to hell, Snake is branded a terrorist. Snake and Otacon are on the run, and now, instead of that ship, you now have an area called the Big Shell Facility, which is used to guise an ecological disaster, right? It's a containment facility, a cleanup facility. So now you get introduced to a new character called Raiden. Now, back in the day for MGS2, ho-ho, we did not take this lightly. Us fans were a little peeved.
I mean, for the magical part of the internet back in the day, these were some, like, cute little forum posts and shit. So this is from, like, what, 2002? So around the game's release. I only found out yesterday that in MGS2, you're not Snake. The only question, why a different character? And over here, you can actually see that people figure out, like, hey, Snake's getting old, right? Don't be angry about it. Raiden's awesome. He's got some cool moves. Raiden's kind of cool and has a lot of hero potential. But he's kind of out of place in MGS2. This one, you think there would be a gap? oh God, I'm actually glad Kojima's still writing this. I like this one a lot. I do not like Raiden that much at all. He is a follower in the game. He can't do anything on his own and doesn't take any risks or anything. He always has to have approval from the Colonel or Snake. It is pathetic for the main... Did somebody break into my house? It is pathetic for the main character in the game to have a personality like that. Yeah, let's defy military protocol in a Spec Ops scenario. That would be a good... Okay. Raiden is cool, I'll admit. We joke about his appearance. Even Snake told Raiden that he's never fought as many Metal Gears as him, but Snake could kick Raiden's ass any day. Oh shit. Oh shit. We gonna throw down, boys. Def Jam 7. Alright, let's get back to the video.
I need scissors. 61.
Now, throughout the franchise, I actually like Raiden as a character. I think he grows to an extent. The writing may not help him, but I think as a character, he's pretty solid. So anyways, you get introduced to Raiden, and now you have to play what is, I like to call, a soft remake of the first game. If you played Metal Gear Solid 2's Plant Chapter, which takes place 2 years, so 2009, you'll realize that this chapter of the game is pretty much the Cliff Note remake of Metal Gear Solid 1. Now, when I first played this, I was like, huh... Kojima's really just copying his homework again, isn't he? He's just bringing in the same answers. But everything has a reason in this franchise. So it turns out at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, towards the end, you find out that this group called the Patriots,
or at least at this point, at the event of Metal Gear Solid 2, you know that they're called the Wiseman's Committee. So the general premise of MGS2 is you rescuing the President of the United States, who has been taken hostage by these terrorists. Not only is it when you meet him does he actually, commit suicide, but it turns out that he pretty much reveals to you that everything in the entire world is pretty much run by this Illuminati-esque group called the Wiseman's Committee. So everything political, everything from culture to the military to the economy is pretty much manipulated by them.
Now, everyone who's basically on Big Shell, Raiden, Snake, who's Iroquois Pliskin in this, he's disguised himself, Otacon, Solidus Snake, Vamp, the members of Dead Cell, the people you're going up against, all the soldiers, everyone has a role here, right? And effectively what's gone on is some big, massive simulation. Everything was planned from the start. Towards the end of the game, you meet up with Otacon's sister, Emma Emmerich, who actually creates a virus to destroy this Patriot system, because it turns out this Wiseman Committee, which I guess you could equate it to the Illuminati, is actually a series of computer systems, right? At the very base level in the Metal Gear universe, it's not an Illuminati organization. It's just a set of computers and AI that basically control the flow of information. Because think about it logically. With the internet that we have nowadays, imagine controlling all that data. As human beings, it's very impossible. But as computers that can sort and shift massive pieces of data around, controlling the economy, the military, the government, the social media, it's all done through AIs. And that's sort of revealed at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2. One of the most profound moments in this game that has people making their own video essays on it is the I Need Scissors 61 moment. If you don't know what this segment is in the game, towards the end when you infiltrate a location called Arsenal Gear, towards the very end of the game, Arsenal Gear actually is where this AI is housed, the Patriots. This AI has been talking to you the whole time, through Colonel Campbell, through Rosemary. All these people were just AI manifestations of real people. And because, at this point, Emma, who's now dead, I mean, you meet her for like an hour in the game, she dead, she gone.
To its credit, it's a very emotional and engaging scene, I promise you.
Infiltrates and actually infects the AIs with a virus, a computer worm, if you will. It actually starts breaking down the AIs, and this is where you get the I Need Scissors 61. The AI can't process, it's breaking down. It tells you to straight up shut off the PS2 or any console you're playing.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east.
Yeah, man, that's called being on meth.
And this is the moment where all things go to hell. The mirrors, the smoke and mirrors go away. The reality begins to crumble. And, you know, you get about 2 hours of gameplay. The game pretty much ends. And it turns out the bad guys here, like Solidus Snake, the people who've been going up against, the terrorists, were actually, guess what? The good guys trying to free America and, in effect, the world from AI control. Now, at the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, it all seems like this is the case. I mean, Arsenal Gear basically flies into what, like half of Manhattan and probably levels a good chunk of it. I don't think that ever really gets mentioned later on in the franchise. We'll get to that. But it seems like all of this is done. Raiden goes off on his separate ways. Thematically, it's a good ending because Snake tells Raiden to live life and enjoy life and live for himself and free himself from a system, right? And it seems like all of it is good. It's all fine. I mean, look, Raiden just killed his adopted dad, Solidus, which, you know, if you missed that, he's all... Let me add to the case. Solidus is also ex-president of the United States, okay? The Snakes have had a pretty awesome tenure and career. I'll just put that out there. But regardless of all of it, Metal Gear Solid 2 ends, and what you have to take away from it is this is the game where AI control was introduced. This Illuminati of the universe is not this shadowy human organization. It's just a group of computers that control every aspect of human society. Now, Metal Gear Solid 4 comes out and pretty much shits on the entire legacy and keeps the story going. Metal Gear Solid 2 ended on a pretty good note as far as most people I've talked to. So Metal Gear Solid 4, when it came out, pretty much extended a story that kind of didn't need to be extended in the first place.
Now, interestingly enough, there's actually a bunch of quotes you can dig up where Kojima was actually receiving death threats after Metal Gear Solid 2's ending, because as much as I like to say that most people enjoyed it, there were a lot of people that didn't really like how it ended on this sort of open note, and there was actually theories like the VR theory, for instance, that we're looking at. And if you think that this is like, you know, just something small, no, guys, there's an entire, like, pitches for this, okay? Themes and names, Foxhound and Colonel, Death Cell, Arsenal Gear, Rose. I mean, we're at a point where, like, this is some, like, indoctrination theory, Mass Effect level assumptions. But if you go down into this article even further, he actually talks about how he intended for Metal Gear Solid 3, the prequel, the sort of first in the chronological series, to wrap up. And so many people wanted to know what happened after 2, things like the identity of the Patriots. I had planned on leaving those mysteries as mysteries, but people weren't convinced that the series was wrapping up. So ultimately we ended up making 4. I mean, obviously you had to, because Konami couldn't give up a cash cow, and neither could Sony when they exclusively got this game onto the PS3 during its launch phase. When work started on it, though, I began to wonder if my message of what we should pass on to future gens had truly gotten through to players and my team. After all, I've been conscious of the fact that this really was going to be my final Metal Gear. Now, you can even go down where it says, you know, would Old Snake have the same mindset as yourself? I really fucking hope not. Until he says, yeah, I say, oh, he does. We're both old, but we both think we have nice asses. Ooh. Oh, Kojima, tell me more, baby.
Now, the next game that you have to get the true context from is Metal Gear Solid 5, Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes. Now, this game came out after Metal Gear Solid 4. And this is technically the last game in the franchise. However, From a story perspective, fans of the series will tell you MGS5 is kind of a fucking joke. And it is, alright, because there's not a whole lot of story in it. The gameplay's great. Oh, don't get me wrong, the gameplay's solid. The story is a little bit ass tier, if you ask me. In fact, it's very ass tier. It's not even good ass tier. It's like swamp ass tier, if you will.
Now, I could make a whole 8-hour video talking about the fucking plot hole problems of Metal Gear Solid 5, but this isn't that video. That video may come one day if I get terribly drunk enough. But anyways, Metal Gear Solid 5, for a story perspective, is a game that takes place after Metal Gear Solid 3 and Peace Walker, so it is part of that prequel era. Specifically, this game takes place between 1974 to 1984. It includes a whole 9-year coma, and effectively the whole goal of it is to see the shift between Naked Snake, or who is now known as Big Boss, go from American hero to effectively one that operates against the American people. The whole premise of this game is all about its gameplay. That's to be taken into context. See, MGS5 is sort of the Pandora's box moment of Metal Gear Solid, where effectively the gameplay of this game includes an amazing stealth segment. Like, there's actual good stealth action gameplay, probably the best in the series, but alongside the stealth, there's an entire base management system where in between these stealth segments, you're always opening up your iDroid or your system menus, flipping through God knows how many of these menus, and actually like assigning soldiers, researching and developing, and sending operators out on actual assignments to help raise money and effectively run a private military business in the game. This is actually something that we'll see later on in Act 1's briefing for Metal Gear Solid 4, where if you look at the actual business side of Metal Gear Solid 5, where you're building this base up, you start off with literally nothing, and by the end of the game have an entire sprawling network for you to control. And when you're constantly researching and developing, from a gameplay perspective, you're actually developing the weapons of the future. Now, don't get me wrong, there's shit like wormholes and iDroids. I mean, this game takes place in 1984, but I think Kojima wanted the technology to be representative of like 2033. I don't know fucking why, but Kojima, right? Anyways, though, regardless, as you're developing weapons, you're also sending operators out onto the field. So who knows what kind of worldwide military crises you're actually like committing, or war crimes you're leading into in the time. So from a gameplay perspective, when you're actually doing all this stuff in MGS5, you're actually building the world of the future, and that's something to take into context. This is the Pandora's box moment where the people in the Metal Gear universe realized war was actually a very effective tool for pushing human society forward and making a shit ton of money in the process. Now, during the events of Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, which was the prequel chapter to the Phantom Pain, Ground Zeroes is effectively the game where Big Boss and his entire crew get screwed over by the United States government and extraneous forces, and it's here that the US government and the world realizes, listen, we might not like Big Boss and these private military units, but they're fucking necessary. See, when the world needs to get wet work done and the really dirty shit, they often outsource to Big Boss's company or companies like Big Boss's company like MSF, and they end up actually doing all these war crimes and criminal acts or battles by proxies through these companies. And so why in Phantom Pain, when you wake up 9 years later and build a group called Diamond Dogs that effectively becomes an even bigger organization than the one you made in Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, it's a sign to show that yes, it's a very, very profitable business, very much so. And honestly, it contextualizes the PMC-ridden worlds of Metal Gear Solid 4, where now, instead of these small-time startup companies, which, let's be real, Diamond Dogs and MSF, the actual company you build in Phantom Pain, is kind of reminiscent to something like, say, Google or Apple in its infancy, where they started off with a nice novel concept. But we all knew it was a concept that was going to be very, very, very world-controlling and very profitable and lucrative, and honestly, something that would be staying for its entire time. Like, let's be real. These companies are not going to go anywhere. They were only ever going to expand and evolve. And it's when you look at the world of the Metal Gear Solid 4, these companies have twisted from their initial vision to something that ends up being world dominating and something that may actually lead to the complete end of the world if left unchecked.
So now that you've got some sort of context, now we can dive right into Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots.
We're fucking old!
So now that you got all the context, it's time we get into Metal Gear Solid 4. And the first thing you do is put that disc in and install the game. Now, if you think that this is you're used to it this generation, but back in the day when I saw the install screen for the first time, let me tell you, it kind of added this like aura of I'm getting into a grand adventure. I mean, this is the first time I ever had to install a game back in the day, on the consoles at least. So let it be known, I was a little blown away. So after you wait a couple minutes, you drink some of that good old G Fuel. We are sponsored by them now. Okay, code SOG, save 10% off. Enjoy it while it lasts. But ladies and gentlemen, once you're done, once you're ready, you had your G Fuel in the system, take a minute to breathe in this amazing introduction screen. Now, this shot of Arlington National Cemetery is actually one of those scenarios in the game where I just leave it on the title screen for a good couple minutes. To this day, I probably haven't seen a good title screen like this. I mean, even back then, I feel like a lot of developers went out of their way to make really, really interesting title screens, right? Like, I mean, Halo 3 was haunting and inviting, and it made it feel like that you were getting into a big adventure. Same thing with MGS4, and honestly, same thing for a lot of other games like BioShock. I actually feel like, to an extent, this is kind of like a lost art. I mean, when's the last time I played a game this generation where the title screen itself really set into stone what I was getting into? And in Metal Gear Solid 4's case, understand this. This is an ending. This is finality. Okay, most games, they typically keep these main characters going for a while or reintroduce them in other ways. Because Metal Gear Solid 4 is set in one long universe, one long storyline, Snake, we've seen him as an old man in the promotional trailers, right? This is the end. It's like starting off a Halo game where it tells you Master Chief has super cancer, and by the end of the game, he's gonna die. That's pretty much what you get with Metal Gear Solid 4's intro. You know from the start that at the end, the Snake is not going to make it. And even if he does make it, he's not going to be in a position to fight anymore. And I mean, this is dark, okay? Like, it really does hit me from a mortality sense of view. We're all born to die one day. In this game, even the characters that you love the most, in this case, Solid Snake, he's going to die. He's old. This is his last battle. There is nothing more that he can do after. He can barely do this. And after this, who knows? But yeah, anyways, when you start off this game, you don't hit new game. You actually go to mission briefing and get the entire Act 1 briefing. This is a nice callback. Actually, this is something that happens pretty much in most Metal Gear games. You typically want to watch the briefing because it's a good sense of world building and it introduces you to the world of the various games. A lot of these Metal Gear games can be pretty self-contained, even though they have this overarching story. Now, in Metal Gear Solid 4's Act 1 briefing, I'm just going to give you through a rundown. Snake, Otacon, and Sonny Gurlukovich, who's a little girl at this point, you may not know her. Her mother, Olga, from Metal Gear Solid 2, is a character that you actually have your first boss battle with in Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. She ends up actually working with Snake to stop the Patriot system towards the end of Metal Gear Solid 2. There, she loses her life, but it turns out that before she died, she actually did give birth to her girl, Sonny Gurlukovich. And this is where, later on in the franchise, through some unexplained events, we were supposed to know how Snake and Otacon were managed to get control of this little girl. Remember, she was under Patriot control in Metal Gear Solid 2 at the end of it. How she managed to come in terms with these two was never really explained. It was going to be explained in Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, but you know what? I'm not even going to feed into that. I'm not even going to feed into it yet, okay? It was supposed to be mentioned, never happened. But the most important thing about this is Snake meets up with this old-time commander, Campbell, all right, from the first game, Metal Gear Solid 1, and they get up together looking like two old dudes, and Campbell actually explains the state of the situation. Turns out, Liquid Ocelot, yes, the bad guy from the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 who runs off with an entire Metal Gear ray, actually ends up creating one of the most profitable ventures of businesses out there. You know how we talked about in the context how the Metal Gear Solid 5 Diamond Dog situation, they were starting an upstart organization? Well, in the world of MGS4, 5 big private military contractors are now leading the world in terms of military control. These companies include Praying Mantis PMC in Great Britain, Puve Armament in France, Ravensword and Werewolf in the United States, and a Russian organization that I'm not even going to try to pronounce, obviously operating in the Russian Federation. So you've got 5 big companies all around the world. But who do you think leads them? One dummy organization run by our boy Liquid Ocelot called Outer Heaven, a callback to Big Boss's original organization in the prequel games. So yeah, clearly, what is a violation of many antitrust laws? Liquid Ocelot effectively controls the entire world's military strength. I mean, understand this: when you combine the 5 big PMC organizations of Metal Gear Solid 4, they have an effective military strength far stronger than the United States military in of itself. So yes, when combined together, none of these people are taking on anyone. It's actually a scary situation that's sort of sparked up. Liquid Ocelot is planning something in the Middle East, and this is where Campbell meets up with Snake to give him one final mission. And this isn't just some honorable mission. This is literally a hit job. Snake is being tasked as a hitman to waste Liquid Ocelot, who basically is kind of like his brother by extension, all right, you know, through some supernatural means, if you will. I mean, Liquid Ocelot is called Liquid Ocelot because the dead Liquid is possessing Ocelot through his fucking hand. Again, there's an explanation for this, but stick around to the end of the video. It'll all play out the way you expect it to. Maybe not, I don't know.
I also have to question the choice that Campbell makes in sending Snake, who is clearly like 80-something years old at this point, into the battlefield. Like, I get it, you know, obviously we need Snake back, and, you know, all in all, this is to atone for, like, sins and shit, but, like, goddamn, you really couldn't have found somebody younger in the entire U.S. Special Forces that maybe wasn't Nanomachine to send in instead of Snake? I mean, this is really taking a fucking gamble. Now it's time to hit new game.
And boy, oh boy, before you actually play the game, I know, there's a lot of stuff to watch before you actually do, you know, a bit of playing. This is why people who play Metal Gear Solid 4 say you have to watch it. You know, but like it's more of a watch party kind of game. But anyways, as you start the game off, you're introduced to television. Yes, actual television. This is an interesting form of world building. I've seen people kind of split on this, but I actually really enjoy it. These shows that you start off with after hitting new games, you actually get to flip channels around as if you're watching on a television, are actually in-universe television shows. A lot of these introduced, and I think they're actually hosted by the voice actors in the game. These shows include survival cooking shows, an interview with David Hayter, an actual, game show with a severed head. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to look at. I mean, there's a fucking Nanomachine workout tutorial, if you want to get into it. But at the end of each of these television shows that actually have, you know, again, you can actually watch all of these for yourselves, but you get these commercials at the end of each of them, and this is where the real world building begins. See, all the organizations we just talked about in the briefing, the 5 big PMCs, all run a commercial on each of these television programs. Now, these actual commercials are interesting, right? They're kind of out there. I mean, you look at them and they really paint this dystopian future world.
Fuck it, let's watch them all.
They didn't try. Wakey, wakey. Praying mantis, unmanned surveillance systems.
Plonge en mort. Une mort superficielle. Une vie superficielle. Et la mort. Qu'est-ce que la vie sans la mort? Qu'est-ce que la mort? Une vie ennuyeuse. La vie est surfaite. Je suis la mort. Pieuvre armement. Attraction irrésistible.
Do you like what you see outside your window? Will you ever respect the face in your mirror? Will your children thank you for the sacrifices you're about to make? Our mission is to hear you say yes. Perfecting the world through conquest of technology. Protecting civilian contingent through strategic combat solutions. Werewolf. Evolution. Reinvented.
Now this one I actually wanted to specifically comment over because this one is a Russian PMC that, as far as I know, has no actual showcase in the game, and it actually translates directly to Clawing Ocelot, and I think it's like almost the mother PMC if I'm not mistaken, but just the trailer is super weird because it almost looks like it's got Death Stranding vibes, and the more and more I watch this, it makes me feel like Death Stranding was planned so far in ahead by Kojima that he put like little Easter eggs into this. Like, for some reason this gives me the vibe, not just from the color scheme, but I don't know, just something about it gives it to me. And there's a bunch of other Easter eggs later on in the actual game that I'll probably bring up that sort of give me those vibes. But yeah, as far as I know, this is the only PMC that doesn't actually show up. It's just like it's just two chicks flying in the air trying to kill each other, dude. It's fucking weird.
But these commercials are designed to goad people in that world into serving their private militaries. Remember, in Metal Gear Solid 4, the leading economy is the war economy. The world is fueled by war. That's why I gave the context of MGS5 and why I called it the Pandora's Box. When you made Diamond Dogs, Militaires Sans Frontières, and you made a business based around warmongering, war development. War is not just war in this universe. It's not just fighting proxy wars, nation states, groups going at it. It's research and development in various fields. War runs the world. That, not the other way around. Humans have found a way to monetize it effectively, and that's just what the world of MGS4 is. So when you watch these ads, they seem dystopian, but they fit well into the context of understanding what the world actually is in this universe. So anyways, once you've seen this, you actually get to the first cutscene in engine, well, after the briefing of the game. And this is where Snake is infiltrating alongside a Rebel PMC. Now, this Rebel PMC is going up against Praying Mantis, which is one of the big 5 PMCs that Liquid controls. They're operating in the area under the contract for the government. What government, you may ask? Well, Metal Gear Solid 4 doesn't actually list any specific countries. And I guess they're not really that important anyways. War is something that happens from place to place all the time. Middle East might as well be Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, whatever country is operating at the time. It doesn't matter. The conflict, it doesn't even matter either. The war, it doesn't even matter. The fact that it's happening and people are profiting off of it, that's all that the system cares about. Now, as you infiltrate this section, the first thing you're actually given to once you get into the gameplay is how amazing it feels to go from in-engine cutscene to actual gameplay. This game does a really great job of transitioning between those two, and I have to give it commends for that. Like, a lot of games you'll notice nowadays do the same thing, but back in the day, I found this stylistic choice really great. I mean, Kojima could have used FMV cutscenes to make it look better, but the actual in-game graphics engine that they're using is so damn good that they were using it just for every cutscene. It's actually kind of a Kojima staple. He does it for pretty much most of his games. FMVs are very, very rarely used. And when you actually go from the cutscene to the gameplay, I just have to give it a nod. It's kind of cute. I like it. It's very stylized, very done. It keeps you immersed, so to speak. But the first thing that you're going to love are the controls. Now, understand this. Look, I love Metal Gear. But I'm going to be honest with you, okay? Those early games, they control like they control. I am better drunk in reality, okay, than the way those game controls operate in the game. Like the controls of prior Metal Gear games are based mostly on like a grid pattern. Like they're mostly aimed towards top-down scenarios. And throughout the franchise, specifically by Metal Gear Solid 3, when the environments were more opened up, you can say the community kind of complained about it a little bit. Now, Metal Gear Solid 4 came at a time where games like Gears of War and all that was popular, right? And this is where those games had really accurate pinpoint controls compared to older Metal Gear games. For the first time in the franchise, you can actually aim, shoot, run around, crawl very naturally. And this not only makes a better playing game, all right, but it also makes a game that's just not frustrating to control at times. I mean, now it's more of you messing up versus the controls being just kind of off. I'm not saying that the controls are all bad in the original games, but they are dated, and honestly, for somebody that's not used to the franchise like me, they can take a fair bit getting used to. But that being said, all right, MGS4 is to be commended because it does play like a proper third-person shooter. So anyways, now that you've done all that, it's time to actually infiltrate properly. And you find out these guys that you've infiltrated with, bro, when you were testing the controls, they were getting their asses handed to them. I mean, how do you expect them to go up against operators that are way more trained, way more in sync, and then they have giant jumping mechs that are able to destroy these people by their sheer weight alone, let alone the guns they have attached to their dongs or anything. These robots, I mean, when you see what they're going up against, I'm surprised they were able to hold out this long. But anyway, Snake breaks through and blah, blah, blah. End of story. You get finally introduced to the game, all right? Big giant scene where Snake throws off his garb, fights off against one of those, like, giant geckos. And, eventually he's thrown into the world. This is it. Metal Gear Solid 4. I mean, the first act alone, it gets you pumped up. It gets you ready. It really sets in the tone for how fucked up things are. I mean, the universe itself sits at home looking at a cleaner, safer battlefield. But once you're actually on that battlefield, you really realize how fucked it is. I mean, Snake himself is so out of place. You've got all these factions going up against each other, and Snake's just over here in the middle of all of it. But anyways, now that you started off, it's time to cover not just how the game controls, how it plays, but also the new gameplay mechanics it introduces. For instance, Octo Camo is a new form of camouflage that makes the whole camo system much more seamless and easy. In Metal Gear Solid 3, a lot of the camo is based around you hitting the start button, loading into a camouflage menu, and switching up the camos as you saw fit. Now, in Metal Gear Solid 4, all you have to do is hug a wall, keep on the ground for a second or two, and eventually the game will finally change Snake's camo to that respective ground pattern or the wall pattern, and it'll in turn increase the camo index. The camo index is necessary because the higher the percentage, the more invisible you are to the enemy around you. Now, Metal Gear Solid 4 also doesn't make that system much more seamless and better, but it also makes the sound system much more impressive as well. Metal Gear Solid 4, because it's on the PS3, is the first time the series really went up, not just graphically, but how much detail the world was simulating around it. There are pots, pans, items spread around the world that if you just walk and bump over, it creates a loud sound. This sound, depending on the difficulty that you have picked, actually affects the enemy differently. The way that they react to a snake, in terms of how well you're hidden or how much sound you're making, actually does depend on the difficulty you play. If you're playing on easy, it's a very, very easy AI to sneak around. If you're playing on hard, bro, they'll react to a pin drop a mile away.
And that's about as much praise as I can actually give Metal Gear Solid 4's AI. In fact, if you want me to be completely serious, the AI has actually peaked with just Metal Gear Solid 2. It was the one game where the AI actually did not have a hive mind. What I mean by that is, when it comes to Metal Gear, when you play something like MGS1, if an enemy detects you, everyone in the actual general location will know where you're there. As soon as you play Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, if an enemy detects you, they'll first open fire and retreat to contact their actual headquarters. As soon as they get on the radio and make that first call out, it actually triggers a situation where if they don't complete that call, the actual AI will respond and send an actual search party. Now, assuming you haven't hidden the body in that time frame, they'll discover the body and it'll go from a cautionary phase to a full-on alert. Now, if you run into a room in Metal Gear Solid 2, they actually tactically clear and assess every single portion of the room to ensure you're not there. Now, this was a cool concept, and the AI is something I generally loved a lot, and it actually stayed for games in sort of the Asset franchise or whatever, but when it came time for Metal Gear Solid 4, Peace Walker, and Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain, we jumped right back to the Hive Mind AI, and these guys immediately figured out you were there. Now, from a story perspective, MGS4 explains this because every operator has nanomachines, and through the nanomachines they communicate enemy locations. But if that logic is to be applied, why wasn't that applicable in Metal Gear Solid 2? yet it was also technology that existed in the time of Metal Gear Solid 1. There's a bit of inconsistencies, and quite honestly, the AI did devolve from a gameplay level, and that's just something I have to point out.
But as you sneak through the world, all right, you eventually meet up with Otacom's Mark II robot. This Mark II robot is a callback to a game Kojima made called Snatcher, where you actually have a sidekick known as Mark II. Kind of a cool nod. This game is filled with those, and I'm going to do my best to sort of point these out as time goes on.
Hey, Metal Gear, get out here. Metal, introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Pleased to meet you, Gillian. I am Metal Gear Mach 2. I am programmed to be your personal assistant.
Metal Gear? That's a pretty weird name.
Get fucking destroyed.
Here, Snake gets new gadgets like the Solid Eye, which allows him to zoom into locations, allows him to like better get a sense of the area around him, gives him an auditory radar that sort of shows him sound locations of people around him, and he also gets 2 new guns, an anesthetic pistol and a 45. Both these weapons have their own uses, and this is where you get the choice of utilizing non-lethal kills. And Metal Gear Solid 4 actually does reward you in terms of points awarded to your character and the endgame stat that you get by playing more non-lethally. But this is the first time in the game that I decided fuck non-lethal. In fact, fuck stealth for the most part. Now, if you haven't been noticing, we're in a war zone, and if you've been paying attention, we're not just going up against a PMC. The PMCs, which is Praying Mantis and this rebel group we infiltrated with, they're going at it. Now, you can choose to sneak through the battlefield and not pay attention to anything, all right? You can choose to not even engage, sneak through. And I did that the first time I played. But I didn't know this until years before when I played this game again, that the rebels are actually affected by your fighting. Like, if you assist them in the combat, they in turn make playing the rest of this act a lot more easier. So let me explain something real quick. Anytime you get to a point where Praying Mantis and the rebels are fighting, you can choose to sneak through it. Or you can equip your firearms and go to town on Praying Mantis, destroy their tanks, their unmanned weaponry, their soldiers, their checkpoints, and the rebels push forward and in turn actually make your life much more easier. And not only do they make your life easier, the rebels, who are actually uneasy of Snake in the beginning of the chapter, all unanimously praise and love him if he continues to actually assist them. Conversely, if you're attacking the rebels as well, guess what? Not only do you have to worry about Praying Mantis, but you have to worry about the rebels and them attacking you as well. You can make enemies or friends, and in this section, making friends seemed like the choice I wanted to make. So, for the first time, I brought out my AK-47s, I brought out all my firearms, and I went to town, and I assisted the rebels every single chance I could get. And that was really, really goddamn sweet.
Now, you also meet a new character to the whole series called Drebin at some point when you're sneaking through a rebel facility, and it's here that you actually meet an entirely new game mechanic to the franchise as well, and that's called gun laundering. So get this, because it's the modern day system governed by nanomachines, every single weapon you use is technically ID locked, meaning that if your ID, your soldier ID, doesn't correspond to the specific weapon you're carrying, you can't actually use it. Now, Drebin is a character that actually has a backdoor to AT Security, AT Core, whatever the company is called in this game, which is basically the weapons manufacturing giant that authorizes these licenses and IDs to various soldiers. So, if you pay him a couple of Drebin points, which are these unknown, like, currency pieces, effectively what you're doing is if you find, like, excess weapons in the field, you can sell them back to Drebin for his points, and then you can use those points to purchase, like, hundreds of new weapons. I mean, seriously, this game has tons of weapons. It's actually why I went fully lethal this time, because, ladies and gentlemen, you can buy shotties, SMGs, assault rifles right from the get-go, provided you save enough cash. And if you keep playing the game over and over and over again in a new game plus, you get more cash to fool around with. Now, understandably, because of this new system, Snake has to get a new tier of nanomachines from him, which I wouldn't do it, but hey, I mean, he decided to go for it, and once he gets these new nanomachines, he can actually utilize new weapons that he's found in the field. Again, if you find a new weapon, you do have to get it laundered first, which costs, you know, a couple hundreds or thousands of Drebin points, and then at that point, you're free to customize the gun or buy excess ammo or do whatever you want. So that is something that really, really pushes this game into more of a shooter category. It at least gives the option. You don't have to just sneak through a field. Trust me, you can buy enough firearms to take out a fucking country if you wanted to.
Now, there's a bit more sneaking you have to do, and the whole goal of this first section is to make it to a building where you have to meet up with Rat Patrol Team 1, who's going to help you get to Liquid Ocelot in this location. So, by the time you get to the center area and you fought enough of these PMCs and all these soldiers, you eventually get into this building where it's all booby-trapped. So, a lot of it is you getting all the way to the top of the building, dodging these sleep mines or claymores. You can dodge them or just choose to have them take you down. I don't know. It's up to you, man. You sneak the way you want to, baby.
What kind of a fucking chut puts a claymore there?
But anyways, when you get to the top of this building, you end up meeting not just Rat Patrol Team 1, but guess who runs it? Meryl from Metal Gear Solid 1.
Fuck, let me be your tier 3 sub any day.
Now, this is actually really nice. I mean, first of all, I'm going to say this right now. No character in this game franchise ever ages but Snake. I mean, holy shit, dude. 10 years and not a change in character, not a change in your physical appearance. I'm going to have to call some BS on that one. But not only do you meet up with Meryl, you also meet up with her two friends, Ed and John, who are part of her team, and you meet up with Johnny Sasaki. Now, if you don't know who Johnny Sasaki is, he's sort of the joke character of the franchise. Him being part of this team is a bit questionable. Understand this much, okay? Johnny has worked with two opposing forces. The fact that after all of that, after the events of Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2, the US Army let him in to one of the top special forces, Foxhound, is very, very fucking questionable. I don't know how this kid got back into it. I mean, he's kind of a joke character, and even here, he's a bit more of a joke character too, because he still can't operate the way you expect him to. He makes a joke of himself as you progress through this. But you know what? I guess that's sort of the comic relief. It just, I don't know, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, but he's in the army, he's with Meryl, they're all part of Foxhound, hoo-ha, the whole world works. But here is where not only do Snake and Meryl meet up after what seems to be years, they're catching up, and it turns out that Meryl is telling you all about the new system in control. Now, this is where we're going to get into sort of the weird part of Kojima's writing. In fact, this is sort of the big giant gotcha of the Metal Gear series, and that's nanomachines. Now, you may have heard of nanomachines, the whole memes that came around it with Rising, but Metal Gear Solid 4, the nanomachines are fucking overused. Don't get me wrong, it's not that the nanomachines are poorly conceived. In a lot of ways, Kojima writes nanomachines into the stories. They do make theoretical sense. The problem is, Kojima writes them in way too goddamn much, okay? Let me tell you right now, if you have erectile dysfunction in the Metal Gear universe, there's probably a fucking nanomachine fix to it, okay? If you have marital problems, nanomachines could probably help you. I mean, the way that they're written in is not so that they're unrealistic, it's just very liberally used.
And I mean, listen, at the end of the day, like, I wouldn't have that much of a problem, but these are the same devices that are used to, you know, maybe regulate things in your blood, but then also at the same time, make sure that somebody becomes some fucking vampire, like an immortal individual. So, you know, there's definitely, like, a leap of logic when they're used sometimes, but I'd say 90% of the time, you can sort of let the actual use slide. Like, this is a scene that shows up in Act 2, this whole section. I mean, this dude's shot in the head. I can understand some things, but, like, replacement of brain matter and, like, brain cells, I don't know, you're pushing it, Kojima.
But let's get into this context. Meryl explains to Snake that the entire system that fuels this war is actually regulated through nanomachine and AI control. So what happens here is all the soldiers that are currently serving out in the field right now have nanomachines in them. These nanomachines not only regulate their well-being in the battlefield, but also make them more in tune with their allies. It syncs them up better with their fellow soldiers, and not only does it sync them up better, it makes them better combat soldiers anyways. It perks them up with drugs, whittles them down as it sees fit. The AI regulates human beings to almost a very base level. It really is messed up when you look at the level of surveillance and control it has over soldiers. But people are okay with it. Even the soldiers are. Because even if it's weird at first, they get used to the idea of being watched. Because again, not only does it make them better soldiers, it's the only thing that stands between them and gainful employment of a PMC. In Metal Gear Solid 4's world, Meryl explains that most of these soldiers that are on the field right now are private soldiers. But it's okay. They're not scared. The US forces aren't scared of these soldiers because the system regulates everyone. Everyone who is in the field officially has to be regulated through these machines. Now, these machines are great because not only do they regulate the soldiers, but they prevent the soldiers from, I guess, committing war crimes. And then they also lock down the soldiers if they choose to not follow orders. Even the weapons that you use in Metal Gear Solid 4 are locked through nanomachines. We saw this earlier on when we were infiltrating through the Act when we met a character named Drebin. It's partially the only reason in the Metal Gear Solid 4 universe that this system is even accepted by the masses. I mean, imagine a world where war is the defining thing that moves human society forward. It's a fucked up world. Nobody would agree to it. But if we found a way to minimize the loss of life and regulate and clean up the battlefield the best that we can, maybe it's a pill that's swallowable. And for a lot of the military-industrial complexes and massive governments that exist in the world, it makes this whole situation a lot more easier. The US Army is not going to be afraid when PMCs outrank and outnumber them when they have the failsafe switch against them.
Now, you can even read articles from 2018, and just if you wanted to read up on the military-industrial complex, you'll find that private military contractors are not only legal, but they're a very bludgeoning industry. I mean, just in 2018, this article reports that they were worth $100 billion US. There's no doubt that this market's actually grown in that time. Now, even though that according to the United Nations, groups like mercenaries, which is the recruitment, use, and financing and training of them, have actually been legally forbidden. But I mean, just changing your name to PMC is pretty much enough to operate, and most of the times, even the controversy that they go through, most often, if it's met with criticism, usually just kind of gets written off for the most part. I mean, how many people actually really talk about this industry and really keep it part of the public opinion? And ladies and gentlemen, that's just one example. There's more that you can go down regarding the use of private military contractors. Here's like one case that you may not have heard of, but this is a company called Aga Security, which is from the United Kingdom, who published, and this is an ex-employee who published a trophy video on the internet where they actually showed Iraqi civilians being shot in their cars. The Aegis team opens fire with an automatic weapon at an approaching silver Mercedes. The Mercedes rams a taxi, sending a taxi's occupant running. In another sequence, an Aegis employee fires at a white sedan, running it off the road. Elvis Presley's Mystery Train provides the soundtrack. I mean, the more you read into it, the more actual, like, screwed up, controversial things that you'll read out throughout regarding these various security services. Anyways, though, it's to show... The reason I'm showing all of this in particular, just to add more context, is, ladies and gentlemen, the system, the reason it exists is to prevent atrocities or situations like this. It's the only reason that the world of Metal Gear still allows it as a palatable option for pushing this economy forward. It's the reason why the war economy is somewhat accepted in the world.
And that's all you really have to understand. The Sons of the Patriot system, so far to these soldiers, is the one thing that's keeping them above the actual PMCs that outnumber and outrank them. So that's something that you got explained to you. Now, towards the end of this whole situation, you encounter Meryl's daddy issues, where I guess she's not cool with Colonel Campbell. It actually gets revealed that he's dating a much more younger woman, like Meryl's age. And you get a bit of daddy issue here. You know, you get some problems that spark up trouble in paradise type shit.
You also have to appreciate that Metal Gear Solid 4 is one of those games that's not just about this overarching world, but it's also a game that pretty much ties up the entire storyline of a lot of these characters that, for the most part, if you played Metal Gear Solid 2, Meryl wasn't even a mention, and now she has a whole story arc that needs a conclusion. So, you know, regardless of what I'm going to say here, I do appreciate the fact that Kojima dug into everyone's story and gave them somewhat of a conclusive finale.
Now, it's after this whole explanation and bout of daddy issues that you end up coming across Good old-fashioned frogs. What are frogs? Well, Liquid has an elite group of special forces that operate just for him exclusively. These are all women for some reason, so if you think that's like imbalanced gender-wise, good luck complaining. He's managed to get away with it. No one's on his ass. But they end up finding your location through get this. Johnny, by the way, he's in a fucking spec ops unit for the US military after his questionable career. Conveniently forgets that binoculars cause a glint. So it took 5 fucking seconds for Liquid's operators to find out, oh shit, that skyscraper has a scope glint. And they decide to attack you. And this is what triggers the semi-boss battle of Act 1.
You guys think it was my fault?
Yes. So this is actually the first technical boss battle for the game, if we're gonna go by its conventions. It's not really so much a boss battle as it is a shooting gallery, and it's a nice showcase of the actual shooting mechanics that are present in the game. The actual, like, boss battle isn't too terribly difficult. The whole goal is to just stick between Rat Patrol Team and walk your way down through Advent Palace, and it's not, again, a difficult scenario. I mean, unless you were playing on a higher difficulty where the damage output towards you is a problem, you'll probably get through this with relative ease. Now, this is a problem that I have with the enemy variety in this game too. For the most part, the PMCs are effectively just recolors of the same thing, but these frog soldiers are the only bit of actual human diversity you get, and they're not much. I mean, their only extra moveset is jumping around and sticking to walls, but again, they all die with one shot to the head anyway, so I mean, if you're just fucking good, then bam, they are gone. Now, you can choose to do this shit non-lethally, but I mean, I just pretty much slap a P90 together and go to fucking town, so, you know, you do you, boo-boo.
Anyways, as you make it to the bottom, you realize that Johnny is a little bit behind his team. He has to type in everything into his little pocket computer. I mean, I don't know how this guy made it into the forces, okay? I don't know how he got into it. I don't even know why they keep him around. I think they literally keep Johnny around because it makes them feel better when they fuck up themselves. Like, hey, we're bad, but at least Johnny is much more stupider than us. And that's, I think, the only reason. Anyways, you make it to the bottom, and Snake has a sort of monologue about how he's not really a hero and all that. I mean, you got a whole bunch of these, all right? The writing in this game can be a bit hit or miss, okay? Snake gets a little too emotional, a little too saddened as time goes on, but I'll let it slide because it's not overbearing. Anyways, though, as you make it to the bottom of the area, this is the next war zone you have to traverse through. And again, this is one of those areas where it really solidifies the idea we talked about earlier about this Rebel versus PMC engagement. You can choose to sneak through this whole section. I've done it. It's not hard. But I personally found it more fun to buy an M14 EBR, slap a suppressor and scope on it, and silently pick off PMC dudes and push these guys forward. It's actually possible to get them winning and moving inch by inch, checkpoint by checkpoint, until you hear the massive hoo-ha at the end of it. I mean, it actually feels really good to do, and I feel if I replay this game again, unless I'm going for like big boss rank where I have to get no kills, I'm always going to play like this, because just engaging against the PMCs feels fucking cathartic.
And honestly, with shooting mechanics as good as Metal Gear Solid 4's and so many varieties of actual firearms, it kind of feels disrespectful to not actually use this as much as you can. I mean, there's plenty of times in Act 3, 4, 5 where you'll just outright be sneaking because there's just no war zone. But when you're in Act 1 and 2, this is where you really should take advantage and just enjoy the time you spend over here. I mean, yes, you can 100% sneak through the section, but you just don't get the benefit of actually helping out the rebel forces that are getting completely destroyed by these fucking PMC troopers. So, yeah, enjoy it while you can, because you don't really get a whole heck of a lot of it when you look at the gameplay as a whole. Once you get to Act 3 and plus, it's just full-on sneaking all the way through, and you technically lose this freedom of, like, gameplay styles. You know, you go from a full, like, stealth combat hybrid to just full-on stealth.
Here you encounter the BNB Corps, which are actually the operators that Liquid Ocelot hires, and he gives them really cool abilities like flying suits, like an entire wolf suit that you can run around and bash people with, a octo camo tentacle suit. I mean, there's a lot of cool shit that's offered on display over here. And these people are effectively roaming the fields looking for Snake and trying to toss him out and assisting the PMCs wherever they need assistance. As you make it through the final sneaking segment, it's finally up to you to come across Liquid Ocelot. So at the end of this is the final cutscene that takes place. Liquid And Naomi Hunter from Metal Gear Solid 1 finally returns, and turns out they are able to shut off the nanomachines that people have inside of them. So during this cutscene, they're overseeing a giant PMC deployment, and Liquid Ocelot snaps his fingers and turns off the nanomachines that basically regulate these soldiers. And then they go into a giant fit of seizures, and they fall over. Snake himself, everyone starts keeling. And Johnny, unfortunately, doesn't keel over. I mean, he's also there. He's the only one that gets unaffected. We'll find out why later. But that's effectively the end of Act 1. Snake fails to take down Liquid Ocelot, and in turn realizes that Liquid actually can turn off nanomachines at a small scale. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of Act 1. Not the longest act, but it's a good start to the series. Okay, it's a good start walking in. All in all, if you're good at it, it'll probably take you an hour and a half to finish. It's not that long. It's a pretty solid act. It's a pretty solid start to the game. But that's the end of Middle East, and what we have next is South America. But before that, we have a briefing. God damn, is it dark outside. Oh, hey, Act 2 briefing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this briefing isn't necessarily the most important briefing. All we really get over here is an encrypted message sent to us by Dr. Naomi Hunter, who, at this point, all we know so far is she is working alongside Liquid Ocelot. But apparently, it may not be of her own free will. Aside from this revelation, nothing else really gets mentioned in this briefing. In fact, I think this is the shortest briefing of the entire game, alright? And really, what's more important here is to actually fire up the Mark II, because you can do that in the middle of these briefings, and just roam around. Not only is this kind of a cool way to get sort of an idea of what the Nomad is like, but between each chapters, there's also some, exclusive items you can pick up. In this case, what's most important is the battery, okay? The battery literally doubles the lifespan of all electronic objects, so if you're using things like the Solid Eye or the Mark II gadget, which, oh, we haven't talked about the Mark II gadget, have we? See, this little gadget gets introduced in Act 1, and it's actually used to scout ahead of you and actually knock out certain soldiers. The reason why it took me so long to mention it is that it really doesn't have that much of a practical purpose in the game. I mean, look, out of all the objects they introduce, it's not a bad object, don't get me wrong. It's not bad. It actually has some key uses. Key uses is the strong word. It's really not that impressive of a tool to be having. It's a cool scouting object, but hey, if you can't move further than 20 feet from Snake, what's the point, right? But ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. Okay, you do have a scouting tool. Find the battery, double the lifespan of your electronic gadgets. And I think there's actually some music tracks around, because there's also an iPod in the game. Hey, listen. All right, Metal Gear is a franchise of copious product placement, okay? Trust me, they had to, if this game was ported to an Xbox 360 during the time, you bet your ass they would have thrown in a Zune if they could.
I mean, if you want to be completely technical, even like the in-universe cigarettes that have no relation to any outside brand are even well thought of and conceived. I mean, this is just a staple of Metal Gear. I mean, at least when it comes to cigarettes, this game pretty much has like the most anti-smoking message, but Snake is completely addicted, and it probably creates one of the best lines in the entire fucking game.
Looking for this.
You're not watching your nicotine intake.
Oh, fucking got him, dude. GG, well played, no sick burns.
But not only that, alright, you gotta find some objects, call it a day. It is what it is. Anyways, after all that, Campbell's basically arranged an entry for you into South America. From there, the rest of the infiltration, all on Snake, as always. So, over here, okay, if we're gonna be completely real, alright, this situation, if we remember when we talked about in Act 1 how like engaging the rebels and the PMCs was like an important aspect of the game, especially in the first act. Act 2 is where that concept really needs to be executed hard. Like if you're not helping the rebels in this section, it might really go south for you. Okay, trust me. Let's get into it. So the first actual glimpse you get is one of Vamp. Yeah, Vamp is in this game. Oh, you don't know who Vamp is?
Now, if you don't know who Vamp is, I'm almost inclined to say good, but he's basically one of the main antagonists of Metal Gear Solid 2. And I guess his backstory is he's like some Romanian like kid that ended up working with U.S. Special Forces like as an opposing force training operator. And like he's like an exceptionally talented close quarter person, but his whole like writing gimmick is he can't die, so he just keeps getting shot in the head and nothing really happens. But like I don't know, that's really just his defining characteristic. And quite honestly, like Vamp as a whole character is just I don't know. I don't get it. He's written poorly. And in Metal Gear Solid 2, like, he's obviously an antagonist. I don't really remember him all that much. However, Kojima was like, yeah, shit, let's give him, like, fucking, what, a quarter of the screen time in this game? I mean, he ends up being one of the PUBE armament commanders. I think he runs the whole thing anyways. So, yeah, his character, he's got a fucking hell of a promotion. Let me just put it out there. But, like, goddamn, he's just such a poorly written character. God, and you might be like, man, dude, Muda, he's probably got some really redeeming character qualities, right?
No, there aren't. Vamp, dude, Vamp killed Otacon's sister. No one likes Vamp, okay? Vamp is a bad guy, but Vamp isn't alone here. Vamp is with Laughing Octopus, and here they instill some fear into the local rebels.
Don't forget this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrade.
Dude, a potato wrote this game.
But who are the local rebels going up against? Well, the PMCs, and in this case, it's PUBE Armament. This game actually introduces every PMC and gives them their own chapter and region to operate in. So you get a bit of diversity. I mean, in how they appear and how they look, not in how they act. I mean, for the most part, the AI is effectively uniform. One PMC doesn't effectively do anything differently than the other in terms of tactics. They're all effectively the same, just recolored, okay? That it is what it is. But once you get into South America, you actually notice the rebels are getting their asses handed to them by this PMC. So you do have a choice. Do you assist the rebels, or do you just sneak through this on your own accord? Well, in the first time I ever played this game, I snuck through. And that actually wasn't the best plan in retrospect. If you actually assist the rebels in this case by whipping out your rifles, your whatever guns you have and putting waste to these PUBE armament fucks, then they actually get up, grow a pair, and decide to fight alongside you and push forward. You're going to actually need this because this entire act, save for the very end when you're doing the tracking segment, it's quite important to have these guys pretty much assist you all the way through. It's sort of like a symbiotic relationship. You help them, they help you. You just really have to, really know that. But anyways, once you help them out and move up a little bit forward, you get introduced to a new character. Well, not new to the franchise, but the only other person you can call in your codec is what I'm going to say. Yeah, actually, we didn't talk about the codec. In Metal Gear history, the codec is the strongest tool that players get. And throughout the entire franchise, it's basically used like an instruction manual, right? Like, think about games that have strategy guides, right? In older games, strategy guides would typically be used to solve answers to cryptic puzzle segments or whatnot. In some cases, this shit was almost needed. You remember back in the days of Castlevania Simon's Quest? Bro, if you don't have that strategy guide, good luck, alright? I mean, you fucking needed it. You needed Nintendo Power. Metal Gear Solid's codec is effectively that. You ever get stuck? You ever need to figure out something? You pick up a cool weapon and you don't know what to do about it? Find somebody in your codec that does the job and they'll give you all the info you need.
A cardboard box. A cardboard box usually consists of a thin pasteboard with a corrugated paper center. They are usually made of recycled paper. It was first invented in Europe over 100 years ago. It was originally used to absorb one's sweat when wearing hats. With the same amount of wood to make one wooden box, you can make 6 or 7 cardboard boxes. And since it's recyclable, it's highly economical. In addition, it's strong and easy to store. That's why it's widely used for packing. But to avoid damaging weapons and other delicate instruments when shipping them, they should be packed in stronger boxes like wood or something. Also, the crevices should be filled with styrofoam to prevent them from moving around. So, anyway, what's with the box?
Oh, nothing. No big deal.
Bro, it was literally a box. But hey, at least you learned something. This, to be honest with you, I've never really seen done as effectively in other game franchises as I've seen in Metal Gear Solid. It's truly unique to the franchise, and I think it's one of the things that actually separates it and actually makes it more immersive. Well, not in Metal Gear Solid 4. The only calls you can make is to Otacon. All right?
And in this segment, you get introduced to Rosemary. Now, if you think calling Otacon, it might be useful. Calling Rosemary is fucking pointless. Rosemary effectively serves as your on-field psychologist, and basically, she's like the fucking equivalent of if you needed to go to the paper and read your horoscope and figure out generic shit. That's all she does. She never really adds anything to the game. I never felt a reason to call Rosemary. I mean, listen, if I wanted my fucking mental health checked up in a video game, I have far better options. Rosemary's a waste. I also feel like the reason this is the case is that they spent so much more time and resources in creating 3D animated locations and like motion capture for a lot of these like codec segments now. I mean, they're much more detailed, but I think the trade-off is you get way less of a diverse codec screen than anything. I mean, it gives you the option to like pick an individual frequency, but what the fuck is the point? It's not like you can call anybody else but these two, and guess what? 50% of the codec conversations are fucking useless. Anyways, that's all I can really add. Sorry I went off on a tangent there. This video is going to be fucking full of them. But basically, Rosemary calls you, and you wonder, why is she calling you from Campbell's house, if you notice, you astute motherfuckers? Well, the reason she's calling from Campbell's house is after the events of Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden, her former husband, fiancé, whatever you want to call it, has suffered from PTSD. Now, what does this psychologist / girlfriend decide to do? I think she's a psychologist. I mean, she's a fucking doctor. If she's giving me mental health advice, I'm gonna say she's a psychologist. No, she couldn't handle her husband's PTSD episodes because, remember one thing, Raiden was a former child soldier. Oh, boy. Well, I guess it's understandable, I mean, when somebody loses their mind like that, it's gonna put strain on a relationship. But then she starts sucking Campbell's dick. That's the young girl that Meryl hates, Campbell for hooking up with. Because it's kind of weird in her eyes. And honestly, it's a little bit weird. I mean, Snake even fucking shames Campbell for doing it either.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack. From Foxhound, codename Raiden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh, we lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Campbell literally moved in on the girl of the guy that his fake AI persona was like working with. It's kind of messed up. I mean, if I was Raiden, yeah, I'd want to slice fucking Campbell's balls off too. If I was Meryl, yeah, I want to slice his balls off too. I don't think there's anybody in. I mean, I the only one to blame in this weird triad is Campbell. Campbell's weird.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
All right, goddamn. But hey, Metal Gear, there's an explanation for everything, and boy, if you stick through this video, I'm just gonna be honest. You're gonna be a little disappointed when we get to the end. I'm just gonna be real with you. But anyways, once you get your mental health advice, very shortly later, you also even get a call from Jack or Raiden.
Who is this?
Snake.
That voice.
There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake, I'm at your side.
Wait.
And can I just say for the record, look, I love Raiden as a character. He's a great fucking character. He's an awesome dude, all right? The problem is the writing in Metal Gear Solid 4 does not do Raiden any fucking justice. Understand this, Raiden at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 2, we often memed at him, we're like, who's this fucking pretty boy twink stepping in? Well, by the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, you get some pretty heavy backstory.
I was the one who killed your parents. I claimed you for my own and raised you as a soldier in the army of the devil. I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Look, I said it's backstory. I didn't say that the writing was going to be amazing or anything.
He's not some pussy-ass Special Forces soldier. This guy made it to Foxhound. Yes, he might have made it to a Truman Show fake reality TV version of Foxhound, but that shit takes effort. I mean, yes, his experience was VR, but he did good. Raiden is a good operator. The problem is the writing in Metal Gear Solid 4 does not do him justice. Half the time he comes across as a brooding fuck. And look, I get it. You deserve to be a brooding fuck. But when that's your entire persona in a game, especially the game that's the finale of the series, guess what? You just got cucked by the writing staff again. And it's not like he gets better later on in the franchise. Look, you know what? We're just going to deal with it. Metal Gear Rising, okay? Metal Gear Rising was supposed to fill in the gap between Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 4. It was supposed to give Raiden an explanation as to what... You know what? You know what? Actually, no. No, we're still going to save this outburst for later. As you proceed through, you actually sneak through this battlefield where slowly the rebels are pushing up. Now here they have to deal with PUV armament soldiers, and they basically have these little checkpoints and nests that they've basically set up. Now you can choose to sneak through, but you can choose to be like me, attach a nice little scope and suppressor on your M4 and just pick them off from a distance. This in turn allows the rebels to move up piece by piece. Now here you actually get to numerous checkpoint battle zones. For instance, one of the most memorable ones is the power station. Now if you go to the power station, you can choose to completely sneak past a segment, no harm done. Or you can choose to sneak into the power plant, kill the PMC soldiers, blow up the substation, and allow the rebels to move up forward. Even if you just barely help, the rebels actually, the first time I've ever noticed this in my playthrough, they actually send their own demolition squad in to do the job for you. All I had to do was pick off a couple people from the distance and supervise any PMC soldiers. Allowing them to do this gives you a little bit of satisfaction that you helped out the smaller guy. But if you do some exploration around the power station, you can get a couple rocket launchers and weapons and items a bit earlier ahead, or for free. But anyways, once you get past the power section to the back, there's going to be an APC where our boy Drebin's chilling at. Now, Drebin basically fills us in on the BNB core, you know, these flying like fucking crazy mecha chicks. And they're basically a group called Snakehound, and their sole purpose by Liquid Ocelot is to find Solid Snake and, you know, put an end to him. And these are going to be your boss characters, and listen. You know what? We're going to get to this outburst. We have plenty of time. But anyways, once you meet up with Drebin and talk about Snakehound, it's time for you to sneak through more of these checkpoint locations. So, really, there's actually a home you have to sneak through, which you don't really have to do it. I recommend it because there are chaff grenades, and those are the only grenades that you cannot purchase from Drebin's store. And you're going to need these when we get to Act 4, so do me the solid, look through and get them chaff grenades. There's also a mansion section, which is just complete hell. Basically, all you have to do over here is help the rebels bring in like an armored like bulldozer, bust through the gates, and then you can sneak around the mansion. Or I mean, hey, if you're feeling brave, whip out that LMG and just go fucking Zofia maining on these losers. And eventually, once you get through the mansion, you then have to meet up with Naomi in her little research lab that she's made in the area. Now, Naomi actually this is the first time I believe Snake is meeting up with Naomi, and to add context, Naomi fucked over Snake in Metal Gear Solid 1. To get this, Naomi's past with Snake is actually quite complex. Naomi's only family at the time was Big Boss and Frank Yeager, otherwise known as the Cyborg Ninja from Metal Gear Solid 1. Now, in the events of the MSX games, notably Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Snake kills Big Boss and leaves her only brother, Gray Fox, a crippled dude. Alright, so remember this, Solid Snake, who she's meeting up with now, okay, she has a past that's not exactly good with Solid Snake. Now, of course you can understand the depths of revenge Naomi has. I mean, she literally injects him with fucking like poisons, and like she actually joins the Metal Gear 1 support team to kill Snake towards the end. It's only towards the end of it that Snake understands why she has this hate for him and still says, look, I'm okay with you killing me. Just like, let me do my job and save the world first. So that's just the added context to have. Anyways, Snake and Naomi meet up. Snake actually gets his body checked out. And I mean, it's pretty bad. Like, I mean, I get that he looks good for what is effectively like an 80-year-old, but like, holy fucking shit, he is old. I mean, he looks like he's about to die in the next 6 minutes versus the next 6 months. And over here, Naomi starts giving him his life expectancy. So it turns out Snake wasn't really a cause because of his cloning process. You know, the entire time we thought when human beings are cloned, right? Because remember, Big Boss was cloned when he was 50. So when these clones were made, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, and Solidus, everyone had thought that because Big Boss was cloned in his 50s, the clone's age was going to start from the age of 50. But that's not the case. They actually didn't even have a cloning problem as far as I know. It turns out Snake was designed to grow old and just die quick. And he couldn't reproduce or do anything. He's literally designed as a weapon, and that's it.
They shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease or faulty research or fox dye. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
Now, not only that, but Snake also realizes that the fox dye, the virus they injected into him in Metal Gear Solid 1, that mysteriously killed other operators of heart attacks, turns out that's starting to mutate too. So get this, the guy that's been destroying nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destruction his entire career, is now at risk of becoming a fucking weapon of mass destruction, a biological weapon of mass destruction himself. And this, I mean, if you thought his life expectancy was bad, Naomi's saying his life expectancy is like 3 months, not necessarily life, but the fact that his fox dye, the old, is going to start mutating and killing people indiscriminately. I mean, if it was up to her, Snake would have been in quarantine by now, but he's still got a job to do, and it is what it is. But, I mean, Snake knew that he was gonna die, right? Like, I feel like when Snake started this, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna die in like a year or two. I mean, he's given this whole thing where he has to quarantine in 3 months. And I mean, you know what's gonna happen. He's gonna have to off himself. I mean, this is the reality that's been presented to him. But what is he gonna do? He still has this job to do, and if he's gonna start focusing on the negatives now, nothing's gonna get done. So anyways, she then gives him a lecture on the nanomachine system, where she describes, in Act 1, the reasons the soldiers went crazy was because their nanomachines were shut down momentarily. Now, why were they going crazy? Well, the reason for it is that when the nanomachines were shut down, their mental state wasn't being regulated anymore. So all the war crimes and all the terrible things, all the killings, all of the disgusting aspects of war that these guys committed was being suppressed by the nanomachines through chemical methods. The moment they were shut off, it's almost as if every terrible thing, every attack against their conscience that happened, and they were just going fucking insane. And that's pretty much what it is, all right? The reason Snake barely even survived that was because Snake, well, Snake is just a strong-willed motherfucker is what we've been told. So that's all you really got to get out of it. Anyways, she then gives him like a group of she gives him a bunch of syringes which help suppress the nanomachine. So like if this tends to happen again, he can choose to give himself a shot and then, you know, survive. And this is going to really help him later on. Maybe for more of a cinematic perspective, you really see him use these during cutscenes. As far as gameplay is considered, these syringes just perk his psych meter up. I've never had a use for these syringes. And honestly, I don't, on any difficulty, I didn't really care. So, you know, it's one of those aspects of the game where the gameplay is just, it's in its own league versus the actual cinematics. Anyways, though, all that said, finally, you get your first BNB boss battle. So Snake gets assaulted by Puve Armament and the Frog. So they come in, they grab Naomi and get the fuck out. And not only does she get out, Laughing Octopus, the first BNB boss, comes in. Now this is an interesting mix, okay? The bosses in Metal Gear Solid 4 are unfortunately the weaker bosses of the franchise. And let me tell you why, okay? When you play other games in Metal Gear Solid, each boss actually has a personality, right? Like they're full, well thought out bosses. You know, you play through Metal Gear Solid 1, I can't tell you a boss that I found that wasn't memorable. Metal Gear Solid 2, again, can't say the same thing. Maybe Fortune, because she was just really like a time limit that had to go down. Metal Gear Solid 3, the Cobra unit was great. MGS4, the reason why these bosses aren't that well, in my opinion, is that the bosses here don't actually have a fucking personality, okay? Like, these bosses get introduced. For instance, Laughing Octopus, the only ounce of her personality is she fucking laughs.
People hurting. People dying. It's all so fucking hysterical.
She laughs maniacally. I shit you not. You don't get time to sort of embrace and understand what the BNB core is about. It literally just throws them at you in rapid succession and calls it a day. Okay, fine. But are they unique in terms of gameplay? I guess, to an extent, sure. Have I fought a boss like Laughing Octopus throughout the rest of the franchise? No, but at the same time, these BNB soldiers are more homages. They take like one aspect from MGS 1, 2, 3, and sort of combine them into one aspect. I mean, there's no uniqueness to the bosses. It's just, I don't know. There's an aspect of personality missing, and that's something that I definitely hold as a negative towards Metal Gear Solid 4. Anyways, this boss battle begins with a bunch of frogs attacking you. You can choose to non-lethally take them out. I mean, I whipped out a fucking P90. Actually, no. I MH70'd these bitches and called it a day. Now, finally, you get Laughing Octopus, and she is a boss that has a couple gimmicks, right? She can disappear, alright? She can blend in with the surrounding using Octocamo, and here's where whipping out the Solid Eye with the night vision and heat tracking just saves your day. Anytime you hear this bitch hiding, whip out your naked night vision, and then just find her and blow her brains out. It is what it is. In fact, go buy a rocket launcher from Drebin and just pelt the bitch until she's gone. That's all you gotta do. Anyways, once you beat this BNB battle, then comes the beauty phase. And this is where, like, the actual beauty gets, like, it comes out of her shell. So, like, initially you fight the beast phase, which is the actual boss, and then the beauty phase is just the cute chick that's underneath all the armor. She comes out and just starts walking and following you around. Now, for all intents and purposes, this is kind of atmospheric. I mean, you tend to get a bit of backstory of what this woman had went through in her past. You know, in her case, there's a point where, like, it's just non-stop screaming and war crimes. I mean, it's really fucked up hearing it at night. And there's points where it just, like, stops, and it's really haunting. Yeah, I'll give it credit. But, I mean, these are very easily dispatchable. You know, you just whip out a fucking, you whip out a weapon, shotgun specifically, whether it be non-lethal, lethal, hey, dealer's choice, and just send her straight to Jesus. All right, at the end of the day, these battles don't really excite me. They don't really get me going, but I don't know. I mean, initially they were okay, but playing them again, they definitely are the weaker bosses of the franchise. So anyways, now that you wipe her clean, you end up getting her, like, face camo. So now you can attach, like, a full face octo camo and get more camouflage index. Not only that, but you can actually apply the facial features of these beauties that you take down non-lethally, of course, and whatnot. This actually is useful for the next act, but we'll save it for when we get to it.
Now, one thing you also have to know is when you're playing through these beauties, you do actually get some extra backstory filled in after you've beaten them, which is something that I despise the most, because with most other Metal Gear games, you are actually building up some sort of relationship with the antagonists you go up against. It's kind of weird to beat a battle and then finally be given the backstory for the character. I mean, it's some genuine interesting backstory, and for context, I'll leave in the backstory calls that you get specifically from Drebin at the end of each fight. So, for Laughing Octopus, this is pretty much what she is.
I was watching you, Snake. You're a real piece of work. Never thought I'd meet the man who could take down Laughing Octopus single-handedly. She just kept on laughing. Now why do you suppose that is?
Something in her past.
You got it. She's from a village in Scandinavia. Little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's Village. Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus. See, this was one of the few places in Europe where they ate octopus customarily. Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village with a passion. Then, when she was just a teenager, things get bad. These nutcases get their hands on some weapons and attack the village. Overnight, her sleepy little fishing town becomes a war zone. They round up all the villagers and execute them one by one. Except for that girl. They had something else planned for her. Something a whole lot worse than dying. Calling her the devil's child, they forced her to do the kind of thing you'd expect from one of Lucifer's own. After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill them. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon. Like she was enjoying it. What was she gonna do? Say no? They'd kill her too. So she let fear take control and did exactly as they told her. She butchered the bodies of the ones she loved and laughed while she did it. And as she bathed in their blood, it gradually turned from deep red to jet black. To her, it looked like the ink of an octopus. The experience scarred her deep. Ever since then, she hasn't stopped laughing. Only, that ain't really laughter.
Why are you telling me this? You expect me to feel sorry for her?
No. I know you got no room for that stuff in your world. And besides, this is war. Right? In a way, though, I guess it was the right thing to do.
What was?
Fighting you cleansed her mind. All right, enough chit-chat. There's other beasts out there in them woods. Watch your back.
Anyways, now that you've done this section, it's time for the scouting section. And god fucking damn it, do I fucking hate this section. Let me tell you why, okay? This section is okay the first time you do it. The whole gimmick is you gotta equip your like heat vision and just track the footsteps. Raiden even calls in and gives you a couple tips. They're not really tips. He's just like, hey, dumbass, follow the footsteps.
Listen, Snake. Scouting is based on the principles of hunting. There are two fundamentals: awareness and tracking.
Awareness?
Awareness refers to locating a trail by paying careful attention to your surroundings. Tracking means to follow that trail.
Really? Really? Fuck you, dude. You know, Snake's like, sure, I'll follow the footsteps. I mean, that seems like the logical thing to do. The game takes you down a couple branches of paths. You pick one or the other. It's not like it's a big choice or anything. You pick the wrong path. You just come across one character that you can dispatch easily. And then you just backtrack and pick the right path. And that's really what it comes down to. The problem is, on a repeat playthrough, nothing changes here. And trust me, this game does encourage repetitive playthroughs. I mean, if you want to get everything, you got to replay this game a couple times. And the problem is, when you play this act, if you know exactly what you're doing, just speed on right through. But the problem is, if you're going to make a tracking segment on a game that does promote replays, probably introduce tracking that is different each time. It's not. It's literally the same exact scenario. If you know exactly what you're doing, the enemy placements don't change, the trap placements don't change, it's just the same scouting segment over. And again, this might be more of a nitpicky complaint, but it's something I had to mention on my repeat playthrough again. Even after all the years that I didn't spend playing Metal Gear Solid 4, this still stuck out to me, alright? Maybe it's me playing the game for like the 30th time, but yeah, I just felt like I had to mention that, okay? It is what it is. Anyways, though, after all that, you end up coming to the final sort of cutscene arc, where you find Vamp, right? Now, Vamp and the Pure Armament PMC guys, you end up putting a bullet in his head. But Vamp ain't gonna die. You know why Vamp doesn't die? I'm gonna play a little game with you, okay? We're gonna have a little test, okay? Is it A, he's a fucking amazing Chad of a soldier? B, is Snake firing rubber bullets? Or C, is it nanomachines? Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, it's fucking nanomachines. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that's Kojima's explanation. Apparently, a bullet to the fucking brain is not enough to end Vamp. See, the nanomachines in his body promote regeneration at near mythic rates, okay? So, yeah, you could... I'm pretty sure to kill Vamp, you would have to incinerate his entire fucking body. Make sure every cell burns at the same fucking time, and then he'll truly be a dead individual. Yes, a bullet to the brain simply puts Vamp into a hibernative state. And then he comes back and I guess tries to finish the job. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's really fucking stupid, okay? It was stupid back in Metal Gear Solid 2, and you sure as shit know that it's stupid as hell now.
So it's fun fact, at this point, the system gets shut down again because they're doing the second freaking test. And can I just say for the record, like, despite being a fucking PMC run by the system, these guys have goddamn stormtrooper aim. He's not even in cover. He's just fucking standing there. Just fucking shoot him in the head. He's like, come on.
I mean, come the fuck on. If you had these kind of nanomachines, why aren't we pumping every single PMC soldier with the same shit that we're giving Vamp? It would probably make their conquest in areas that much more easier. And they surely couldn't be that much more expensive to produce either. I mean, all I know is that it feels like it's just a weird setting in the nanomachines anyways. But hey, I don't know enough of the lore. I mean, actually, no, I do know enough of the lore. But I guess I don't know enough of the theoretical shit about nanomachines that I guess Kojima must know. And that's... No, actually, it's just fucking stupid. Anyways, though, after you're done this cutscene, it's time for you to escape with good old Drebin. So it turns out that you, Naomi, Drebin are now tasked to escape on his APC, and this starts one of the chase/turret sections of the game. It's not too long, and it's not too bad. I mean, it's really just 3 scenes where you're just on top of the APC with Drebin, and you just gotta, like, basically engage in a shooting competition, right? It is what it is. If you're playing it non-lethally, best be known that if you're going to play this, it's advisable that you knock out the guards that Drebin is running over with his APC with tranq rounds, so it doesn't count as kills. And when you get to the gecko, I'm pretty sure you can just blow them up with the turret, and there's no loss. Eventually, you make it to a town square, and here's where you have to escape to a chopper. But when you get to the chopper, guess who shows up? Raiden and Vamp. But now, let's focus on Raiden real quick, okay? Raiden is a cyborg ninja. Now, you might be like, oh shit, that's really fucking anime of him. Whereas the rest of us Metal Gear fans are just going to outright tell you this is some fucking fan service. Now, Raiden, before the events of Metal Gear Solid 4, pretty much walked away. At some point between Metal Gear Solid 2 and Metal Gear Solid 4, he became a fucking cyborg ninja. Now, this game does explain it to a bit of a, to an extent in its defense, but remember when I talked about Metal Gear Rising? Well, this is the time for that fucking outburst. Do you know why I have a problem with this game? It's not the gameplay. Oh, the gameplay is fucking great, okay? The music is great. It's the story that gets me. Okay, because this game, when it initially was announced, Kojima was like, it's gonna bridge the gap between MGS2 and 4. You're gonna learn about how Sonny was rescued from the Patriots, sent to Snake and Otacon, right? Oh, man. You remember earlier when Rosemary was like, Jack's a bad guy. He's had PT. I couldn't stand him anymore. Yeah, he's such a bad guy that he rescued a little girl from the Patriots. Clearly, Snake and Otacon could fucking work with him. Clearly, everyone else could. Later characters we're about to see could. But no, he's a bad dude. No, this game was supposed to bridge that gap, okay? It was supposed to tell us how this twink became a cyborg ninja fan service character. And you want to know what happened? We didn't get it. In fact, we got a sequel to Metal Gear Solid 4 that pretty much bastardized it as MGS4 did to MGS2. This game didn't need a sequel, story-wise. It was fine. It ends great. It ends the best that it could for a series like this, but then we got this game, and it wasn't even the original story. And I swear to God, I'm not even sure. I think Kojima greenlit the fucking story here, so you can't even blame Platinum Games. They made a great game. They actually did. But you know what? Fucking Kojima couldn't write a good story at all. This story sucks dickhole. This story, if you thought the nanomachines in this game are bad, bro, you fight a fucking senator from, what, Colorado or Texas? And he's got like triple the nanomachines? I'm done. I'm fucking... Dude, this game... You know what? I like this game. I'll play it. But as far as that... Mentally, it doesn't exist. I block it out like a... No. It's over. Anyways, though, this scene is interesting because you now have Raiden and Vamp going up against each other. And they have some backstory, dude. Like, Raiden fought Vamp in MGS2 Sons of Liberty. He got his ass kicked, I'm pretty sure, a couple times, and he had to witness Vamp killing Otacon's sister. So you can understand Raiden isn't exactly on fucking good terms with Vamp. And so they start this pretty awesomely choreographed fight, which, to give MGS4 a lot of credit, like, the cinematography in this game is fucking great. Even for back then and today, the standards are high. Like, when you watch the cutscenes of MGS4, I think it's absolutely jaw-dropping looking at how well Kojima's cinematography actually is. And it only gets better as the game actually goes on. So yeah, you get a really cool fight sequence where like Raiden starts beating the shit out of Vamp. At some point he starts like committing fucking seppuku to stick a katana into Vamp. Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it's a glorious segment of gaming. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. But at the end of this fight, Raiden gets his ass handed to him pretty fucking hard. Okay, but he ends up escaping with Snake, Naomi, and fucking, Otacon in the helicopter back to the Nomad. And over here, before he passes out from all the wounds that he's received, he gives one explanation.
Europe. Go meet Big Mama.
The next piece of the puzzle rests in Eastern Europe, and this is where Act 2 comes to its conclusion. So now we've got Act 3, which, I'll be real with you, this is a tough act to swallow. But hey, we'll get to it. Give me a little install time. All right, so Act 3, let's get this briefing out of the way. Now, this is a pretty important act when it comes to the story of this game, and it comes to the story of kind of the entire franchise. And actually, if the entire franchise is building up to anything, it's the reveals you're going to get in the third act. But wait a second, before we continue with any important reveals, we have to have the most important reveal ever. Sonny actually learns how to cook eggs from Naomi. I crap you not, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be kind of important later on, so remember it. Now, Act 3's briefing, basically, you detail how Liquid's actually been doing everything so far. Now, if you've noticed so far, Liquid shut down the system once. Yeah, the whole ending of Act 1 where everyone loses their brain. Yeah, don't forget, that was a system being turned down momentarily. In Act 2, when you put a bullet in Vamp's head, he also then shut down the system. Now, the astute of you will realize that, but didn't the system have a lot of fail-safes against this kind of shit? You're right, it did. But the fail system, the system inside actually has one passcode that it will use as sort of a global password to the system, sort of like a super user password or a super user account. And this is the biometric data for Big Boss. His genetic data is the password to all of this. So the only reason Liquid was able to bypass it is being the clone of Big Boss. He was able to use his genetic data once, and then Solid Snake's genetic data another time, and use this to shut down the system briefly against certain, vectors. He was using these systems to test. So the game explains this, but it has a bunch of inconsistencies, so I guess I'll get into it real quick. The way that Liquid was able to shut the system off in Act 1 and then Act 2 was that he used his own genetic data and biometrics to shut down the system once in the Middle East, then use Solid Snake or Old Snake's genetic data to shut it down in Act 2. But to do this, he needs the biometric data as well. And so for Solid Snake, that's fine since he's all alive, but I don't know how Liquid used his own biometrics since he's living through the arm of another actual human being, technically. So it doesn't make sense. Now also, the security parameters for the Patriots are also dog shit, because what happens over here is it's explained that since Liquid and Solid, their genetic data was used, it lets them do one super user command, and then the system detects that their genetic data isn't a 100% match, and then it locks that password out from ever being used in the system. Why would the system let that password be used in the first place? I don't understand. If it's not a 100% match to begin with. Technically, in the Metal Gear universe, that means the only biometric data you can use is Big Boss's or Solidus Snake, since he is a direct 100% clone of Big Boss. The reason why Solid and Liquid aren't clones of this of Big Boss 100% is that they were inducted with like Terminator genes, and they also had an actual mother from another side. So there are some genetic inconsistencies, but then why does the system even allow it to begin with? I don't fucking understand it.
And on that note, you might be wondering, but Muda, Big Boss, is supposed to be dead. You killed him in like Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake on the MSX, and you're right. But see, it's in this section, in this briefing, it's revealed that Big Boss is alive, but he's alive as a biomort, somebody who's technically brain dead, stuck in a shell. And that allows Liquid Ocelot to then use the genetic DNA, and since Big Boss is technically still alive, that also means you can use his biometric data as well, and the system will gladly accept it as many times, since that is a 100% match. So now, what's happened is Liquid basically kind of fucked himself by not hijacking the system in the first place, just running trials, and now he needs Big Boss's data because he's all out of password attempts. That's literally at the core of what the fuck is going on. I mean, the only clone in this scenario that was ever even close is Solidus Snake. But Solidus Snake is dead after the events of Metal Gear Solid 2, alright? By the way, did I also remind you that he was once the president of the United States during the events of Metal Gear Solid 1? Yeah, so on like a total side tangent, Solidus Snake only ever had one game appearance, and that's Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. He was initially the main bad guy in the game, but by the end of it, he was the one that was liberating the United States from Patriot AI control. So in the end, I guess he was kind of like a good guy, and he really cared about the country and all, but his story is so weird. Like, bro, he's got the backstory of 7 games, but Kojima only gave him 1. I mean, him being the president of the United States is one thing, but remember when you're playing Metal Gear Solid 5 in 1984, understand this, Solidus Snake, alongside every other character in this franchise, is operating in another part of the world as a teenager working for the fucking CIA and then actually assisting them in civil wars. I don't, dude, like, this character required 10 more games to get the full benefit out of. It's like writing an amazing character, giving him all this backstory, and never enough time to truly perform. But Raiden, his adopted child soldier son, yeah, that's also part of the fucking story. I mean, it's a big hodgepodge. Ended up killing Solidus Snake at the end upon the U.S. Treasury building, if I'm not mistaken. So his genetic information, while it would have been perfect, because he's, you know, dead, you're not getting anywhere. Plot holes are pretty fucking massive in this franchise, okay? I mean, if you looked at everything in this lore, you could probably find like a million things wrong. But anyways, enough of that. What you need to find out even more later on is an important situation, okay? And that is Raiden, who was at death's door pretty much, he's going through autotoxemia. So Raiden's got to meet up with Dr. Madnar.
Dr. Madnar, he saved my life.
Dr. Madnar. I've heard of him.
Oh yeah, Naomi, you know who else knows him? Fucking Snake! He actually fucking fought and saved and met this dude in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake on the MSX. This is one of those like points in the game where it's like a small nitpick, but it's like Kojima reintroduces characters from like literally over a decade ago, only just as a passable reference. And this is again one of the reasons why I wanted Metal Gear Rising. It would have actually brought this character into the modern day. We would have actually gotten some more context. Holy shit, dude! God, dude, I am losing my mind. This video is too much of a toll on my brain. So Naomi and Sunny during the events of Act 3 actually sneak out to a non-combat zone and just take care of Raiden. Also, you gotta know is Otacon gets a little laid, dude. I think Otacon and Naomi get into the back of the helicopter, and Naomi is obviously trying to do something on the ship, like she's trying to like infect his computer or like run something. So she tries to seduce Otacon, and he really can't pick up on fucking, like, you can have landing lights to the bed, and this dude's out to lunch still. But regardless, I think Otacon gets laid. I'm not sure. Maybe they share a little kiss or something. But that's the end of the briefing, and that's all you really need to know. So when you land in Act 3 in Eastern Europe, Snake actually meets up with Meryl. And, oh, wait, he's young? No, he just got Octocamo to make him look like that. If you see the cutscenes with young Snake moving on forward, it's because I have him equipped, because I really don't want to be looking at Senior Citizen Snake for the 30th time that I've played this. So bear with me. Anyways, she actually tells Snake that this isn't your fight anymore, and Snake is like, but I'm a hired killer, I must do this, this is my destiny.
Your cause is our cause now. You don't have to do this.
I'm no hero. Never was. I'm just an old killer Hired to do some wet work.
God, you brooding. You know what? Honorable mentions to Johnny, by the way, who knows that Snake is on a fucking blacklist by the PMCs, yet continues to scream his name in public. God, you fucking savant.
What is wrong with that guy?
No, she actually has the U.S. Army ready and prepped to take down Liquid and put him into the fucking arrest mode. So that's going to be something. Now you're fighting against time. Now you got to get this dude before the U.S. Army steps in. So it's a little race against time type of scenario. But this is when you get to the fucking shitfest gameplay of this section. Now, Act 3, I would say 70% of the gameplay in Act 3 is dog shit. And let me tell you why it's dog shit. Because remember the scouting segment from Act 2? Well, I think somebody at Kojima Productions really jacked themselves off to how good they thought that section was because they sort of applied it to Act 3. The whole gimmick of this section, at least the beginning, is you have to tail a resistance member. Now, remember when I told you things weren't, dynamic in Act 2 scouting? Well, they're not fucking dynamic in Act 3, unless you deliberately fuck up. Every time you do this situation perfectly, the path is always the same, the enemy placements are always the goddamn same, alright? You're never going to get surprised. Unless you deliberately screw up, then you'll get to see some different sections. They made a full-on map for this area, but none of it really matters when none of it matters, okay? None of it matters. And here's the thing, okay? Unlike Act 2, where you knew the destinations, you could just speed run to it. Act 3, you are literally following some dude from point to point until he gets to a location. You already know the exact location. You already know how to get there. I know how to get to the Resistance house. So why am I following this idiot? Well, it's because it's very integral to the story. So yes, because of that one change, because of the one requirement to follow this fuck through the entire Eastern European section, this segment is inherently worse than Act 2's scouting nonsense. And that's most of the gameplay in this act anyways. So yeah, you can tell why this act is a hard pill for me to swallow. Playing it 31 times at this point, I'm not fucking liking it, alright? I'm not enjoying it. And when you're on a big boss run, bro, you have to really glitch and fuck around with the system save data because this part really eats up into the timing. And it's only because you have a fucking brain aneurysm following this fuck from point A to point B. At some point halfway, he starts disguising himself as one of the PMCs. And again, I swear he walks slower in that segment alone. Like, holy shit. Like, when I got to the segment, it literally, I was like, man, do I really want to play it? I had to really trudge my way through playing it. But anyways, it's not that long of a section. And honestly, once it's over, oh god, it's a boss battle in of itself, man. I don't even know what the fuck to say. But when you get to the Resistance hideout, you meet up with Big Mama.
But before we meet gaming's greatest gilf, let's just be real, dude. The cinematography is insane. I mean, I still rewatch this scene even after playing through this game so many times because it's just a testament to show you how much Kojima loves to be this director. And I mean, for the most part, it's done pretty well. I mean, Snake really gives these guys a goddamn run for his money, but all of it is done. It takes a couple minutes, then you finally have Big Mama or Eva pop in, dude.
So you might be wondering, oh, who's this cute little gilf? Well, let me tell you who this gilf is. This gilf is Eva from Metal Gear Solid 3. Oh, yeah. And she tells Snake that she's his mom. Yeah, for the first time, Solid Snake finally met his mother. Yep, at the ripe old age of 81. I guess biologically, I'm not sure. But, yeah, Snake finally realizes, yeah, I have a mom, and he meets up with her. Now, let me explain this. This is where a lot of explanation happens in the plot. So now, for context, let's talk about Metal Gear Solid 3. I said in the beginning of this video, MGS3 is sort of like the first entry chronologically, and it takes place during the 1960s during Operation Snake Eater. Here, you've got characters like Naked Snake, who later becomes Big Boss. You've got Zero, who's his commanding officer, and then you've got Sigint, who's the weapons expert. You've got Paramedic, who's his medical expert. You've got Eva, Big Mama right here, the agent he meets on the field. And that's pretty much it. And you also have the boss briefly before she defects. So you have all these characters who actually get along. And when you play MGS3, they're like cutesy fucking characters. They have a good relationship. It's hard to believe every single character here becomes a villain and fucks up the world moving forward. But that's kind of the plot thread you're getting. See, after the events of MGS3, when Naked Snake kills his mentor and pretty much his maternal figure, the boss, he cracks. And he isn't the only one that cracks. Zero cracks too.
It's because of this crack that both Big Boss and Zero interpret the will of the boss incredibly differently. For example, Big Boss considers a world where soldiers are always needed and fight for themselves and typically have free control over their own actions. Instead of them being used as tools of the government, they actually dictate the government's will. They have that freedom, whereas Zero actually wants more of an Illuminati-style control of the world, keeping everything in check and order. And the games do a pretty good job of detailing that either side necessarily isn't wrong or right. And the further you get into the prequel trilogy, specifically Peace Walker and Phantom Pain, which are games that both came out after Metal Gear Solid 4 and also with Metal Gear Solid 2, 4, and 1, you can get a much more clearer idea of each side and how right and wrong they were. But of course, Metal Gear Solid 4 is a game where all of that culminates into the worst possible outcome. Now, also understand this, before the release of Metal Gear Solid 5, Ground Zeroes, Phantom Pain, and Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, MGS4 was the one definitive conclusion that we had. So we never really had the extra context that we have now. Kojima never really got to right the wrongs of the storyline and sort of patch up the plot holes, while also introducing new plot holes, but hey, that's a whole separate video in of itself. And that's why that a lot of people, when they first played this game and the nostalgia then started wearing off and the honeymoon phase was gone, we started to really point out the weakness of the story. It's really with the help of the later games that the context starts to fill in, and you can appreciate Metal Gear Solid 4's ending and narrative just a bit more than you could when this game initially launched. I mean, my perception of this game's storyline would be far more skewed had I not been factoring in Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain or Peace Walker, which really patched a lot of things up. I know that a lot of people say that people don't like Metal Gear Solid 4 in the fan base, and I'll just give you a quick example. This was a post made all the way back in 2010 on Giant Bomb, and this is one of the longest posts that I've ever seen regarding this game. I actually read it years ago, and then I reread it for this entire video, and he actually talks a lot of stuff, but some of the stuff that I can't really agree with. Like, if you look into here, not actually a stealth game, Kojima Productions may like to think it's fooled you into thinking MGS4 is a stealth game, but don't allow it the pleasure of doing it. The truth is, Guns of the Patriots is almost a bona fide action game. Sure, you could progress without setting off any alerts, but it's much easier to simply blast your way through the over-the-shoulder view. Like, there's a lot of discourse, and I mean, when you read stuff like this, it's like, well, yeah, I guess it's simpler and it's easier, but I mean, it's not like that's your only option. It's giving players a choice. And they start talking about no native cover system, and that's actually really wrong. The game does have a cover system. Sure, it might not be as, implemented as, say, GTA 4 or Gears of War at the time, but it's there. Enemies are bullet sponges, not if you shoot them in the fucking head. I mean, this is a long post, and for a lot of the situations, I do agree with it. You know what I mean? He does talk about a lot of actual points. But I mean, despite all of that said, the community was very defensive, and sure, I actually do agree. I mean, there's people who respectfully disagree. Okay, you're brave, I'll give you that. I loved Metal Gear Solid 4. Yeah, me too. But I mean, there was a lot. This game is like 50-50 on both sides. It's fun, but I mean, it does have a lot of problems. And when you have fans who are writing like threads this big, I have to appreciate that the game still sucked this dude enough to write all of this. That's crazy. Anyways, let's get back to Convoluted Story 101.
What you have to realize over here is Big Boss isn't actually dead. See, Zero has actually kept Big Boss alive, and because of this betrayal that Big Boss did to Zero, in his eyes, in Zero's eyes, Zero decided, I can't trust human beings with the future of the world. So what the fuck does he do? Well, he finances the Patriots' artificial intelligence system. So let's just detail what this AI does. This AI consists of 4 artificial intelligences. GW is what we knew about in Metal Gear Solid 2, which we use the worm cluster on. GW, JD, and all these individuals are sort of like a digital Mount Rushmore type deal, as the game describes, and what they effectively do is control all aspects of human civilization, whether that be politics, military, social media, culture. Every aspect of our lives is controlled by a fucking computer. The ones and zeros that it calculates are what our society ends up becoming the next day. So that's sort of the general way we're going.
When you compare Metal Gear Solid 4's view of this Illuminati and shadowy organization that controls the world, it's actually quite antithetical to a lot of other games that exist out there. For instance, if you play Deus Ex a lot, you'll notice that as you play those games, it's really just a group of people doing shadowy things behind the scenes. It's very driven by some emotion, it's very driven by actual human beings. Metal Gear Solid 4 flips that script, and instead of actually having human beings, every single aspect of our society is actually watered down to a base function. You know, even the war economy that's so present in this game, this mutation of AI design, is simply that. It's just a function gone wrong. At the very end of the day, the actual Patriots are no different than anything else. It's just literally a computer running ones and zeros to see the best outcome that it can decide for human beings. And that, to me, is actually a little bit more interesting than just, say, your average fare Illuminati storyline. I really do like this dystopian world of Metal Gear Solid 4 because it's actually a world that I can believe exists at some point down the road. You know, as things deteriorate and as our reliance on technology grows stronger and our need for artificial intelligence grows stronger as well, given the amount of data we as a species generate on a day-to-day basis. And it's, in this case, going back to the storyline, why Big Boss is important, even though that he is a brain-dead individual, because he does serve as a center for the control and security parameter that is somewhat created to house the Patriots AI, to sort of drive it forward, as we discussed in the briefing for Act 3.
Now, because of all of this, Big Boss is not kept alive, and he's not kept dead. He's just kept as his biomort, and he's used as sort of the system leading forward. Now, during all of this, you know, when they split Big Boss and Zero launched a project called Les Enfants Terribles, right? Which was the Terrible Children, where he cloned Big Boss. So he took Big Boss's genetics, cloned them, and created, like, I think there's somewhere around like 20 clones, but most of them died. So you have Solidus, who's the perfect clone, and then you have Liquid and Solid Snake, who are imperfect clones. You know, they have the DNA from Big Boss and also one from a unidentified Japanese woman, but they came to term and were raised in the womb of Eva, or Big Mama. So technically they were born like regular children. They were just the products of Big Boss. And here, where Snake is actually told that Big Boss didn't give a shit about his kids, okay? He's like, fuck them, man. I don't care. I didn't bring these kids into the world. Fuck out of here. And so, you know, he didn't care. He didn't give a shit.
I'm sorry. Your father never wanted you.
Oh my god, dude. Same?
Now that this all has been brought forward, this should help you understand just how the world works and a lot of the relationships that you've seen deteriorate from Metal Gear Solid 3. Now, the last thing you also have to know is the events of Metal Gear Solid 1 have sort of been recontextualized. You've been given more information on the manipulation that happened behind the scenes. The reason the DARPA chief died in MGS1 wasn't some fluke by Ocelot. Ocelot's a master torturer. He only had one goal. He was devoted to Big Boss. All right, he wasn't working for anybody. And he's an expert torturer. I mean, you've seen this throughout the franchise, so he didn't fuck up. He deliberately killed Sigint, who ended up becoming the DARPA chief.
Now, this is the perfect time to talk about bad writing and retconning when it comes to Metal Gear Solid. Now, at this point, we had no idea that Ocelot, Liquid Snake back in the day of Metal Gear Solid 1 and Psycho Mantis actually knew each other. But in the events of Metal Gear Solid 5, Phantom Pain, we actually see that Ocelot and Liquid, who was Eli at the time, a young boy, in Diamond Dogs actually square off and work together and against each other in this game. Now, at the events of MGS5, all spoilers included, Psycho Mantis is also present as a young boy in this game. Him and Liquid team up to steal Sahelanthropus. Now, of course, none of this was focused on canonically. I think they talked about this more during the extra, like, deleted scene segment, but they escape with the Metal Gear. And Ocelot was clearly devoted to Venom Snake at the time. So the reality of it is that these guys should actually have a disdain and lack of trust against each other. I mean, Ocelot's a master torturer. If he fucks up and kills one of the people, he may have just done it deliberately. The fact that Liquid doesn't pop him in the head at this point shows me that clearly there's a lack of foresight going forward. Even with MGS5, when you're tying the story together, ignoring this simple fact, I don't know, maybe I'm looking too into it. You know, it probably is just me looking too damn into it, but goddamn, there are a lot of these inconsistencies that one can point out as the story progresses. But anyways, let's get back. The Dr. Clark, who was paramedic, who did fucked up experiments to make Cyborg Ninja, yeah, she ended up getting killed. Eva and Ocelot perpetrated that. In the process, though, Ocelot was lost,
And he ended up becoming like Liquid Ocelot. I guess his brain was taken over. Some stupid shit. I mean, let me just tell you, after all this, take a breath, walk away for 10 seconds, and come back and realize, wow, the writing is just all the way there. But if you stick long enough, okay, despite all the plot holes, you'll eventually realize that, I guess there's some magic to it. Anyways, though, after all this, you finally end up realizing that you gotta see what Big Boss is. I mean, he's technically alive. So Eva takes you out to the back where they go up to this black van. And guess who's in the back van? It's Big Boss, whose body has been burned after the events of Metal Gear 2. You know, when Big Boss is lit with an aerosol can and lighter? That's literally how the boss battle of the MSX game goes. But Big Boss is technically alive, and his conscience is locked behind. You know the answer. You fucking know the answer. Look into your fucking heart and tell me what the answer is.
Yeah, nanomachines are used to suppress this dude's mental state and keep his soul locked in so that Zero can utilize him as an infinite password, God knows for how long, until his natural lifespan finally caves in. I mean, look, I get it, it's messed up, it is what it is, but dude, really locking the soul behind fucking nanomachines? They are used so fucking liberally, man, it's not even funny!
But anyways, it turns out that Ravensword, the PMC operating in this area, has gotten wind of the location of the Resistance. So now you have to end up escaping. And here's where you get a little bit of monologue, you know, sort of like a little future tale that sort of parallels into ours.
Stop. Before we actually get to that, can we just appreciate that this was written into the fucking game? The trench coat scout gecko, man, I swear. There's only one scene that makes me fucking laugh chunks, and that comes in Act 4. Just get ready, boys. Someone was paid to write this shit into the script.
Where Eva talks about these free-to-play video games being distributed. All these Resistance members were actually war orphans, people that came to them, people that have lost their families and loved ones in the middle of war.
All of these children were orphans. They work in arms factories. And when they grow up, they want to join a PMC. They seek revenge on other companies, PMCs that killed their parents, and use their earnings to support their younger siblings. There are countless child soldiers like these in the PMCs. Nowadays, anyone with a computer can get combat training. The FPS games that these children love are distributed for free by these companies. Of course, it's all just virtual training. It's so easy for them to get absorbed by these war games. And before they know it, they're in the PMCs holding real guns. These kids end up fighting in proxy wars that have nothing to do with their own lives. They think it's cool to fight like this. They think that combat is life. They don't need a reason to fight. After all, for them, it's only a game. Zero is the cause of all this. Defeating Liquid won't change things.
So, I'll be real, it seems a bit heavy-handed than usual, but this is the one moment in the game where I think it comes as close to the writing of Metal Gear Solid 2. MGS2 is one of those postmodernist games that pretty much predicted sort of this Illuminati of the future, and a lot of things that we have nowadays were present, or at least a theory of it was included in Metal Gear Solid 2. Now, MGS4's take on the war economy and the military-industrial complex actually does come through pretty well here. I'm not going to say that Evil was on the nose exactly, but it's interesting to see how many free-to-play shooters do come out. And I mean, not too long ago, we had the US Army esports team making waves in mainstream news. And I don't deny for a second that that was a nice, soft way to get a lot of kids who are just playing games like Call of Duty Warzone slowly into the military ecosystem. I mean, it's a weird way that this game touches upon very key controversial topics. And I'm not going to say that every single hit is perfect, but moments like this, you know, you definitely have to appreciate in a game like Metal Gear Solid 4.
Now, you do get to the best chase sequence in the game. It's kind of a callback to MGS3's ending chase, but here, the chase sequence, man, let me tell you, if you thought the choreography was great so far, man, because this game is a video game, Kojima has made what I believe one of the best one-take chase sequences out there. Now, this whole segment lasts maybe like 10-15 minutes. It's basically a drive through Eastern Europe and a giant escape from Ravensword. you're on the back of this bike with Eva, and throughout this entire moment, you can whip out any submachine gun you want, go over the shoulder, and open up fire. But I do advise that you go to the settings menu, enable auto aim, because it does make your life a lot fucking easier. This game runs at 20 frames per second, you know, on average, okay, and you're on the stick, so please do me a favor, put on auto aim, because then you can lay waste to everyone and enjoy the amazing cinematography. Now, halfway through this fight, you eventually stop getting chased by Ravensword, and then you start getting chased by Raging Raven, the boss of the area. Now, this is quite possibly one of my best B&B battles, but it's yet to come. This chase sequence isn't too necessarily different. All that's added are UAVs that fly towards you that you can shoot down within a shot. There's a couple Humvees that chase you in the area, but it's not that different of a chase. I mean, it's just more cool chase choreography. That is what it is. But you do realize that vans are slowly getting iced out, and the decoy vans that are used to sort of, you know, guide Ravensword away, they're going down one by one. So, I mean, this chase is really cutting down to the fucking wire. But anyways, you end up crashing into this church, and it seems like the last van might be gone, and Raging Raven is literally flying above you, waiting to ice you out. So, Eva, who actually suffers an abdomen stab reminiscent of her time in Metal Gear Solid 3, you know, she's just up to the wall, sort of trying to heal the best she can.
And I mean, look, I'm just going to say it as a side note, that looks pretty bad. Like, I'm not a doctor, but at her age and that impact, it's very unrealistic that she made it through. Oh, don't get incestuous on me, Metal Gear, stop it.
And you get to the best boss battle in the fucking game, which is, well, not the best boss battle, but the best Beauty and the Beast boss battle.
Wait, stop. We gotta have a senior moment first. He's gotta inject, oh god, Snake, you can make it. You can make it. Oh, dude, I swear that's gotta be like super Viagra at some point. He's gotta have a boner lasting longer than 10 hours.
Now, this boss battle, to me, let me tell you, it takes place on this church, and this is a big vertical zone to fight in, okay? It might not be huge horizontally, but you definitely have a lot of floors to work with. Now, Raging Raven's gimmick is she's the explosives expert of B&B, so her main weapon is not going to be some fucking rapid assault rifle or LMG. No, she whips out a goddamn grenade launcher and sends you to Jesus with it. Now, her grenade launchers, I believe, come in your explosive variant, your incendiary variant, but it's not just the grenade launcher, no. She has UAVs that are literal fucking explosives as well, too. So she's very violent and very deadly if you choose to take her head on. So the whole way to win this scenario is to play this in a much more stealth fashion. So that's using your octo camo and staying hidden. So kill a couple of her UAVs and kind of digitally blind her. Force her into the area and start opening fire. You can use assault rifles, shotguns, rocket launchers preferably because you are fighting the beast form.
Actually, no, screw assault rifles. Do you see the lack of damage I'm doing? No, just bring the fucking rockets, dude.
But if you can bait out a really heavy attack by her, then get ready, because she overheats and you can get a really awesome shot in on her if you manage to time it right. She'll run away. She'll try to, like, regain her stamina or heat, cool down her systems. But if you manage to get her, you can get a pretty nice shot in between the areas. But it is what it is. The battle is fine. It's probably better than the Laughing Octopus we went up against, just because there is a bit more variety to how you fight her, and because of her aggressive nature, playing on a harder difficulty, it does actually make this battle a bit more tense than I expected. But the Raging Raven, when she goes down, she becomes her beauty form, and you take her down the same way you do any other beauty. This doesn't change. Whip out a non-lethal item or a lethal item and send her to Jesus. Now, at the end of it all, you do get the backstory from Drebin.
How old was she?
I'd say about 20. But she had years of soldiers' rage hidden away in that youthful body of hers.
Soldiers?
Yeah, the soldiers of Ake. A place that hasn't seen peace in a long, long time. She was captured by one side or another, and kept caged up like an animal, along with God knows how many other kids.
Anonymous violence.
Exactly. It's unknown whether her captors were with the government or the rebels. In any case, they got their kicks by abusing these helpless little kids day after day after day. That constant barrage, that battlefield rage slowly built up inside their bodies, their minds. The kids tried to keep each other's spirits up, always clinging to the hope that someone would come to their rescue, barely surviving off of scraps of food. But those soldiers didn't stop. They called the kids parasites and shit-eating ravens. Beat them even harder. Then one morning, the soldiers just up and left, leaving the surviving kids to be eaten alive by the birds. Almost like one of those sky burials. One by one, their bodies were picked apart by ravens' beaks, until finally the flock came for her. But by some miracle, their beaks cut her bonds instead. And like that, she was liberated. In that instant, she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and it smothered her soul. She ripped the ravens pecking at her to pieces, and then went after the soldiers. And when she finally caught up with them, she waited until nightfall like a hunter awaiting its prey. They say that when a raven cries, a man dies. And that's exactly what happened that night. Screeching and cawing, she killed every last living being in the camp. Both the soldiers and the civilians they'd enslaved. In her eyes, there was no longer a difference. The cruelty her friends had suffered, the pain and humiliation she'd endured. Hers was the distillation of the rage that decades of war had imparted on those soldiers. It was her strength.
Now, I'm going to be real. I really appreciate
her greatest
Kojima going into this unfiltered, uncensored view of the world and its various war crimes. I'm sure if I went to some remote part of the world where war is an unfortunate reality, I would find some really fucked up shit like this happening to children by soldiers who just had way too much power. I mean, shit like Abu Ghraib is a reality, and I'm glad that Metal Gear Solid 4 touches upon it. And of course, to give Kojima credit, he does touch upon this in later games like Peace Walker and Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. And I do like that aspect of this game and the Metal Gear series in general. It really adds to the anti-war message. What I hate about this backstory shit the most is that it really doesn't tie into the characters until you've actually beaten them. The BNB core would have been so much better had Kojima decided to, I don't know, flesh those characters out in their cutscenes and the gameplay instead of just giving us this Wikipedia re-narration of their backstory. I mean, that's one of the biggest downsides to this Metal Gear Solid game's bosses than prior games in the franchise. And I'm not even going to get into the games that came out after Metal Gear Solid 4, because they really didn't have any goddamn boss battles to begin with. But that's a whole separate video in of itself. So now you've actually technically beaten Act 3. Now it's all just cutscenes, and this is where you get more bombshell drops, and probably one of the worst bits of writing. I don't really know how to tell you this, but this is one of the fucking best moments of this game. And one of the most stupidest fucking moments of this game too. So let's just go down the list, okay? Now, Liquid of the Volta River ends up kicking your ass in, all right? You know, because he's superior at CQC. Don't forget that. Liquid's the better one. But Liquid actually tells you that he doesn't need Big Boss's body. Yeah, the whole reason you came to Eastern Europe, you know, to make sure Big Boss's body wasn't hijacked by Liquid. Yeah, Liquid didn't need him there.
Even if you do get a hold of the system, you'll only have one part of the Patriots AI. The military part.
What of it, brother? It's only a matter of time before I have everything. Remember GW? The AI they think they lost? It's mine. A part of my army.
So to add context to this absolute shit plot twist, let me tell you something. In Metal Gear Solid 2, there's the AI that basically runs everything. We talked about it earlier, GW. Well, in the event of Metal Gear Solid 2, we actually end up infecting GW with a cluster worm that ends up destroying it, or so we thought at the time. It only ended up breaking GW into, like, pieces. So they went into the trash bin, found the pieces, fucking scotch taped them back together, and whoa, GW's there. Now, the all big bad fucking AI system, the Patriots, they planted GW back into the Patriots. So get this. The fucking world-controlling AI couldn't fucking do a file search within itself because apparently it has great security systems on the exterior.
But inside, it's a fucking dumbass. So guess what? The fucking AI that's been controlling the world, that knows GW was dead. It died in a fucking computer worm. It definitely logged it, okay? Like, fucking, it checked its system logs and it was like, yeah, GW is fucked. Gang fucked, okay? Brazzers.com/GW. Yeah, that AI couldn't file search inside and realize, oh shit, it's back? Wait, it's slightly modified because it was shredded? Oh, okay, cool. Stay there. So guess what? He tells you that GW is just a spook in the system, all right? And all Liquid has to do is basically destroy, JD, the hypervisor AI that controls the overall security that's floating in space. He has to blow that up, get rid of it, and guess what? GW somehow gets super user access into the system. Now, I'll tell you from a fucking computer science perspective, that shit's batshit stupid, okay? I may not know, you know, AIs and all that shit. I may not know how, like, the Metal Gear AIs work to the fundamental level, but let me tell you something right now. I have no idea how this game was trying to explain this shredded AI suddenly gaining fucking full privilege access to the system. I have no idea. You would expect if the hypervisor fails, the system itself is going to fucking think, whoa, we should fail as a goddamn whole. I have no idea. Never explained, never brought into it. Somehow, by destroying the hypervisor, GW is first in line to become the hypervisor. No idea how. No idea how it's done. Poorly explained. And the fact that he had this in the first place, the fact that he had this fucking hand proved he didn't even need to be in Eastern Europe. What the fuck was the point? Okay, all that happened for Liquid. Okay, let's just go down. Okay, let's just get through the whole fucking cutscene. Okay, after all this explanation, Liquid is getting away. He seems like he wins. The U.S. government intervenes in what is arguably one of the best cutscenes of last generation. Hell, it still stands up today.
So let's give it a quick little watch. Yeah, remember at the beginning of this act, we were supposed to be told suppression force. Yo, it's a fucking oppression force, dude. Now, graphically, dude, this thing holds up hard. I mean, I'm playing this in 2020, and this is a 2008 game. We cannot deny that Metal Gear Solid 4 did not have ambition and fucking style, and it did hit that, let's be real. But here the arrest is led by Meryl in charge, and it seems like all is over for Ocelot until he starts doing some really questionable shit, man. Now, to understand, the United States military brings more guys than it did to whack fucking Bin Laden, so clearly this is some serious goddamn shit. And that being said, Liquid does one of the stupidest fucking things, but also one of the best things the series has ever done. He starts Thanos snapping like everything out from the US military, taking away their actual effective military control of their vehicles, weapons, and everything, even down to their core nanomachines. He basically snaps fingers and all hell breaks loose. And it leads to one of the dumbest scenes in the entire game, and we're just gonna give it a quick, maybe 30-second watch. He's making rat-a-tat noises. I'm fucking done, dude.
Oh, Liquid just opened fire and just waste the United States military right there. I mean, everyone is gone to shit. There is no semblance. I mean, at this point, Liquid pretty much has military control over the world, all right? Not just the U.S. military. No. The world. His PMCs are the only ones who are doing shit anymore, and that is what it is. All right, so, I mean, it's a big loss for every character involved, right? I mean, Eva ends up losing her life. I mean, literally, Snake and Eva just meet up. Snake finds out that he actually had a mom for like an hour, and then she's dead. And then guess what? Johnny comes in and actually has to come and save fucking Meryl. All right, and I guess you get kind of like this Johnny unmasking himself, and he's like, don't worry, baby, I'll be there all the time. Budding love, I would say, budding romance. And if we're going to get to more of that by Act 5. So Act 5 is going to be a fucking bombshell, okay? Let me tell you. But yeah, a lot of stuff happens. Johnny, once again, unaffected by all this nonsense. Liquid wins. He fucks off. Now, I'm just going to tell you this. Why the fuck would Liquid even show up in Eastern Europe if he had that out in the first place? It seems like all he did was let Snake in on it and give Snake some clue on how to move forward. Had he fucked off and gotten rid of JD and Solace, he would have had control of the system. No Snake, no one could have done anything. I mean, listen, dumbass, I get that Snake is 80 years old, he's already on fucking death's door, but give him enough chances, he'll fucking stop you. That's what he does. Dude, it's like the dumbest point of the story. Why? Like, this is why when I first played this act and I heard about the scene, I'm like, why would he be here? The first question anybody asked when they played was like, why would he show up here? What is he getting out of it? And you know, he gets nothing, because Mark II ends up sneaking onto Liquid's escape boat and following him through and getting his plans anyways, as we'll find out next chapter. So yeah, Liquid, net loss. I mean, yeah, sure, you showed off the fact that you hijacked the system, but you still gave the only man who could stop you, the only dude out of sheer fucking will stop you, you gave him a clue. If he didn't help out Snake, if he didn't literally give him this is the equivalent of giving the fucking dude the test answers. If you didn't give him the test answers, Snake would have failed and you would have owned the world. Fucking stupid. And that's the end of Act 3, man. I mean, it is an infuriating act, okay? But you know what? The next act is true fan service. So if I'm a little tilted now, the next act is going to calm down my fanboy nerves. So get ready, Act 4. Act 4, ladies and gentlemen, we are at rock bottom. Now, I'm going to cover this briefing very quickly because it is incredibly sad. And it is incredibly short. I mean, not Act 2 short, but it's pretty short, let me tell you. Now, at this point in the storyline, Liquid's hijacked the system. Everyone's basically locked out. And we are at, I mean, if rock bottom, you know, was a place, well, we're burrowing deeper than that, boys. We're going even deeper.
The U.S. military's systems are all in Liquid's hands now.
Whew, man, it's all fucking code red. Now, you know, here Campbell pretty much fills Snake in on the situation that overseas, back at home, the U.S. is locked out, overall countries are locked out, and pretty much any PMC that doesn't work with Liquid, oh, they're all locked out. Mei Ling sort of shows up, and hi, Mei Ling, she's finally back in. I mean, she was mentioned, but I'm glad that she shows up. I think her original voice actor showed up, but the accent's gone. Like, I guess after 10 years, you know, you sort of drop the accent, but I mean, that was a pretty heavy accent from Metal Gear Solid 1. I mean, I'm a little... good for you.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself.
The nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident.
So fun little Metal Gear trivia, they actually retconned her accent in Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes remake for GameCube of the original Metal Gear Solid, because guess what, Mei Ling was actually born and raised in America, but somehow they gave her like this thick Chinese accent in the original, and then they fixed it up for MGS4. So it also serves the effect of A, making the storyline just more cohesive, and also to make sure this game is fucking uncancelable in today's climate. Anyways though, Mei Ling's back and she's now the captain of a training vessel in the US Navy, the Missouri, which is the only active vessel because it was made before the system was in effect. Now, over here in this part, Otacon has the final video feed from Mark II, which had jumped onto Liquid's ship from the final act, their getaway boat. And from there, they found out that Liquid is actually planning to steal the railgun from Metal Gear X on Shadow Moses Island from Metal Gear Solid 1 to fire a nuke at JD when it's in orbit,
okay, in order to actually gain control of the system like we talked about in Act 3's ending. Now, maybe you weren't even supposed to know that. I'm just sort of like looking ahead. Maybe it depends on how this is presented. But Liquid has a plan, and his plan is... Can I just be honest? This wouldn't have happened if he didn't give Snake the clues. They wouldn't go to Shadow Moses Island. Anyways, though, all the rage aside, the reason why he's doing this is Metal Gear Rex was actually implemented before the SOP system was ever into effect, right? It was way back during the days of Metal Gear Solid 1. Not only that, but Metal Gear Rex was designed so that when it fired nukes, it would go against the commonly placed laws of the time. It was literally designed to circumvent the laws of firing a nuke traditionally. Since it used a railgun, the railgun actually prevented any loss from being broken regarding the launching of that nuke, right? So that's the only reason he's getting it. Plus, it's the only way to launch a nuclear device to destroy JD that's not shut down from the system. Because while he has control of the SOP system, the only thing that Liquid really can control are small arms, pistols, assault rifles, conventional weapons. As far as nuclear weapons go of the age, they are still locked down even tighter, which is a good thing. I mean, I'm glad that they thought ahead enough so that no idiot could just get access to nuclear firearms, but... good job. This is where you also get another bit of Raiden's shitty writing that I'm going to lose my mind over. Listen, I said earlier I like Raiden as a character because, in my opinion, he has a pretty solid backstory. I swear to God, Kojima or somebody at Konami's writing staff fucking hated this dude. Because, my lord, I have never seen a more groveling bitch performance than fucking Raiden.
You and I are both just pawns in this proxy war. But once this is over, we will have our freedom. Run. I'll release you. It's the only way I'll ever be free.
Raiden, 5 years ago. That's not what I meant.
I've got nothing to lose.
Don't be an idiot. You know you've got someone to protect.
It was never going to work out for me. It even rained the day I was born.
You've got it all wrong. You were the lightning in that rain. You can still shine through the darkness.
Raiden's like, I was born when it rained. I mean, bro, you only have a certain amount of weather patterns that could happen during your birth. Rain is not an indicative of you having a shitty reality growing up. And then Snake has to come in, but you were the lightning in that rain. Like, bro, when you're getting fucking response lines like that, it's pretty endgamed on how they wrote you in. I mean, listen. I'm convinced somebody dislikes this guy. And then you've got a fucking Special Forces ninja who's groveling to Snake. I mean, I get Snake as a mythic fucking figure. He's the man that makes the impossible possible. But Raiden, have some goddamn self-respect, brother. Stop sucking his cock. Come on, you and him were partners during fucking MGS2. At least give yourself that much self-respect. Anyways, though, with all that said, Raiden has much more shitty writing tropes that are fucking headed down the path. So, losing my cool now serves no purpose to this video yet. Now, after this whole briefing tape, you actually get Snake's Nightmare. And this is a pretty cool moment of the game where it actually emulates the original PlayStation 1 game. If you ever remembered playing Metal Gear Solid, you'll know that everyone who's played it pretty much knows the heliport entrance, Heliport A, which is after you go up the service elevator, the intro stage, you actually get into your first stealth segment where you walk around, you can get caught in spotlights, you can find your pistol, you can pick up your chaff grenades, you can sneak in a multiple amount of ways. And for the most part, this section gives you that clearance. You go through this one section and then the Snake wakes up from his nightmare. And this is a good way to show you that Snake is still haunted by the effects of Shadow Moses. Personally, if I was to make this game, I would have probably picked the walkway between the towers where you have the Sniper Wolf fight. I think this game needed a Snake's Ladder moment. If you don't know what that is, in Metal Gear Solid 3 there's a point where you climb a ladder for like a couple minutes where it plays an entire song out. It's the longest ladder climb in video game history as far as I know. And it's a good way for you to sort of breathe, take it in, and and really think about things as you're playing Metal Gear Solid 3. MGS4 would have been great if it had that same walkway segment, but like extended like the ladder scene, so you just keep walking down and going through a lot of these auditory flashbacks, which you should kind of get used to if you were playing this and exploring, especially during Act 2. It would have been great to see that Snake was still haunted, specifically by that moment. If you played Metal Gear Solid 1, that walkway between the communication towers where he has the Sniper Wolf battle is actually where a very pivotal scene actually happens, where you get a look into Snake's character and his mentality as a soldier, even though that he's a cold-blooded fucking killer.
The sniper's using me for bait to lure you out.
Damn.
Shoot me, Snake.
No.
My gun. I can't reach it by myself.
Don't move.
I promised. I wouldn't slow you down.
Damn. Snake, it's a trap. The sniper's trick to lure you out. The sniper's waiting for you to go and help Meryl, so he can pick you off. Don't do it.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her. She can wait for hours, days, or weeks. It doesn't matter to her. She's just watching and waiting for you to expose yourself.
Maybe so, but Meryl can't hold out that long.
Snake, can you see Wolf from where you are?
There's nowhere to hide between here and the tower. She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm gonna save Meryl, no matter what it takes.
Okay. Thanks.
What's wrong, Naomi?
Nothing. I'm just surprised you're willing to sacrifice yourself. You got the genes of a soldier, not a savior.
You trying to say that I'm only interested in saving my own skin?
I wouldn't go that far, but...
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
Like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it for someone else either. I'm gonna save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Snake, thanks.
I can't stress to you how amazing this scene is for an era where voice acting was especially in its infancy. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 1, this cutscene, I never skip every single replay I do, just because it's so well crafted. Had they actually just used this location instead of the actual Snake's, the helipad A, it would have probably impacted a little bit harder. I remember this scene the hardest when I play Metal Gear Solid 1, because it really gave the protagonist I was playing with some fucking humanity, and that is something that I very rarely saw in video games back then, and sometimes even when I play a lot of video games today. Truly a well-written scene and well-written characters. Now, when you first actually land on Shadow Moses Island from the Nightmare, it's all covered in blizzards, alright, as you expected, and as you finally approach, do your first stealth segment with geckos walking around, you finally come across the heliport from the Nightmares. And here, I really recommend we're going to take a minute to just have a moment of silence and breathe in the amazing atmosphere.
What's a Russian gunship doing here?
Wow, he must be crazy to fly hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Now, to be totally real, this section of the game hits me every single time. Every time I play it, no matter what.
Now, to appreciate the music choice, I mean, I haven't said it so far up till now, really. Metal Gear Solid 4 has some of the best music in the franchise, all things considered. I mean, when you look at the theme of Old Snake all the way up to The Best Is Yet to Come, it's placed so beautifully and so well that it deserves an award, and I think it may have even gotten an award, if I'm not mistaken. If it didn't, it definitely should have. I mean, this really sets the deal, and not only is the music an amazing choice, but the actual environment is brilliant to actually absorb yourself into. Remember, you're going to the entire location of the first game. I mean, 10 years later, Shadow Moses Island is a complete empty shell of itself, but when you play this, everything is there, down to a T. Item placement, every single thing is there, save for the original enemies and even the original electronics. And it's not just this section, Helipad, that's remade perfectly. 90% of Shadow Moses is recreated faithfully, to the point that I was almost surprised they never made a full-on remake of the first game, considering they pretty much made a shit ton of the map assets to begin with. That being said, though, there are some key problems of the area, and that's notably in the enemy selection that they ended up going with.
Here you're actually fighting a PMC, werewolf to be exact, and werewolf's gimmick is, I guess they don't have any actual person on their team. They're all robot oriented. Your only enemies in this area, aside from human boss characters, are scouts or geckos, varying kinds of them, okay? So you have the regular gecko, that walk on two legs, and you got scout gecko that basically walk around or roll around and serve as cameras, except their detection I can never understand. I don't know how these things detect you, but if you remember back to Act 2 when I told you finding chaff grenades was an important thing, as far as I know, every act has at least 2 chaff grenades you can find. You're probably going to want to have at least 4 by the time you get to sneaking through this area, because chaff grenades are the only grenades I believe you cannot buy. And because you can't buy them, they become a fucking rare commodity, alright? Why do you need these in this area? See, since you're fighting against robotic enemies, the only way to completely remain undetected, I think, aside from having stealth camouflage, which I think doesn't actually even work on these guys, is to have chaff grenades that can keep these people hidden away. Like, basically, you're gonna need these, otherwise you're going to trigger some fucking alerts. Now, even then, alerts aren't the worst thing that you can get in this area, but if you're going for an alertless run, then it's pretty advisable you have this to begin with. And there's going to be moments where you're waiting for elevators to come, and God forbid you trigger an alert then, you're going to be fucking surrounded in these gecko going forward. So keep that in mind. Now, as you sneak all the way through, you eventually end up making it to where Otacon and Snake first actually met in the series for the first time. And it's a pretty cool area. Again, everything is so faithfully recreated that I can't help but constantly keep mentioning it. When you do such a good job, you bet I'm going to be talking about it. Now, over here, Snake has to enter a code to refire up the system. And it's here that Otacon kind of tests Snake's memory a little bit. I mean, throughout this entire game, he's been visibly getting more and more worried for Snake as he's aging. I mean, once you get through chapter to chapter, I haven't been covering it enough, but Snake is literally at death's door. I mean, I've been saying it since the beginning, but he's constantly throwing up. He's constantly injecting himself with those nanomachine suppressants, to the point where Otacon, even he's questioning if Snake is going to make it. So he gives him a little test, and here at the computer, you can enter in any code you want. It could be something wrong, or in certain cases, you can enter a specific code that'll actually get you 150,000 Drebin points that you can use to buy weapons later on. But if you want to feel good about Snake's memory, you can enter it right once and walk away patting yourself on the back. Now, once you enter the code over here, Otacon figures out that through the security logs, Vamp is already here. So the railgun might be gone, and then you really have to haul ass. And so they eventually figure out, and they go up and blah blah blah, all this good stuff. But you need to understand that there are some Easter eggs you need to remember. For instance, this floor used to be electrified when you were actually entering here in Metal Gear Solid 1. A gecko actually intervenes and tries to kill you. But you can use your Mark III, the little Metal Gear Mark III, because Mark II got destroyed. See a little attention to detail. You can send this to the original Transformer you fired a remote-controlled missile at, and BAM! You can electrify the gecko, dude. See, it's little things like that. When you remember it, it makes you feel a little bit better. Anyways, once you go back up the elevator and try to hack the door that was once previously locked, you'll find out another gecko attacks you, and this is the first time, like 31 times playing this game, I figured this out. Normally, if you ever come across gecko, you can fire anesthetic shots into their legs. Since they're all blood and I guess like replicating human muscle, or resembling human muscle rather, you can actually knock their legs out and they can't move for a little while. But I didn't know that if you equip any weapon and fire at its crotch area, like right under its taint, you can actually cause some serious damage. So I didn't know that you can do it. I'll remember it for next time. But again, it's one of those things that's like, there's so many hidden details in this game that you just like sort of, you discover something new every time. Like some playthroughs, it's like a new codec call, it's like a new little Easter egg. I mean, there's just so much to this game that I like, and I'm glad that I witnessed it, and it put a smile on my face, ain't gonna lie. Anyways, though, moving on, now you get to the Crying Wolf boss battle, the next B&B. And this is the boss battle that... Listen, it's a good boss battle. What happens afterward? Oh, we're going to talk about that. Now, this boss battle is sort of the sniper battle for this game. Every Metal Gear game has a sniper battle. I mean, if we're going to include 2's C4 Destruction as a sniper battle, maybe. But MGS4 Sniper Battle is here, and it's here for good reasons, because in Metal Gear Solid 1, you fought Sniper Wolf in the same, like, fucking field. But, you know, when you fight Crying Wolf here, it's a standard sniper battle, except here you're actually surrounded by a blizzard, and the gimmick to this battle is you're not just fighting Wolf, you're actually fighting a bunch of Haven troopers that investigate the area as well. If you kill enough of them, I'm pretty sure they stop spawning, so all you really have is Wolf. Now, the thing with Wolf is she's running around this field. And she's got a railgun, meaning if she hits you on a higher difficulty, that's a fucking one-shot or death right there. So the way to beating her is, the gimmick behind it is, if you look at the top right where your sound indicator is, if you have the Solid Eye equipped, if you don't have it equipped, you actually have a wind direction compass, which tells you where the wind is blowing. So the whole gimmick here is you have to follow downwind, because apparently Wolf is able to smell you out in the air as the wind is traveling to her direction. Now, I call this bullshit because I have never seen this work the way the game fucking says. If anything, the best way to find her is to sneak around this battlefield long enough so that you can hear her cry, because she's Crying Wolf, and that's the gimmick. Get it? Ha 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 ha! She's crying and sad! So if you find her, you have to shoot her in the face. Now, I found out, after repeated playthroughs, that lethally fighting her is fucking stupid. The best way to fight her, okay, is if you're good enough, you can actually... She spawns in the same location every time. If you're good enough, and you have enough smokes and stun grenades, you can smoke her once and just pelt her with stun grenades and knock her out within a minute. I used to be so good at that, and I don't know what happened, but I can't do it anymore. So I fought her the old-fashioned way. I bought a Mosin Nagant sniper rifle, pelted it up with, what was it, like anesthetic rounds, and put that bitch to sleep. And I would say probably 15-20 minutes into this battle, which admittedly was actually longer than I wanted to or I expected myself to go in, so yeah, I sucked there. Then you finally get Crying Wolf out, and then she gets into her beauty form, and you know what to do. Hit her with some non-lethals and put her to sleep. Now, this is where the fan service gets to be bad. Okay, so let me put this in. This game really tries to put in all the fan servicey stops. You got wolves coming in, falling in love with her, sure returning back. They give her backstory, okay, which, let me remind you, before the backstory, the cutscene's filled with callbacks to Sniper Wolf's battle. Except the mark is missed for some obvious reasons. Let's just talk about the Sniper Wolf battle. Sniper Wolf in Metal Gear Solid 1 was the one boss character you probably spent the most amount of time with. Don't get me wrong, every boss battle was interesting. Vulcan Raven was great, you know, Psycho Mantis was amazing. Sniper Wolf was great because she fucking taunts Snake. She's the one that calls you on a fucking codec call to rub it in your face. She's the one that shot Meryl repeatedly on the walkway between the communications towers. The first time you fight her, where you have your first sniper battle. And this triggers one of the best cutscenes from Metal Gear Solid 1. To this day, this scene stands out to me because back in the days of the PlayStation 1, voice acting, all this emotion, this scene was almost unprecedented compared to a lot of other games.
I waited for this moment. I am a sniper. Waiting is my job. Never moving a muscle. Concentrating. I am Longshot. You cannot save me. Please. Just finish me quick. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd? So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on a battlefield. Raised on a battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies. Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then, he appeared. My hero. Saladin. He took me away from all that.
Saladin.
Now, to understand, when you're dealing with boss battles, usually it's a one-and-done affair. You kill the boss, you move on to the next stage, and it's over. But this is a case where this one specific boss messed with you the most, and it's at this point in the end, when they're finally at their last fucking breaths, do you feel some sort of connection to humanity. It's this one scene that makes this character go from this emotionless, cold-blooded sniper that you were viciously invested in taking out, to someone that you start to humanize with shortly before their own fucking death. I mean, this was a deadly sniper. To go up against one of the best snipers in the world over something like this, I mean, it really does raise the stakes. And not only do you go up against her once, but you go up against her twice. Hell, she's the one that gets you captured by faking her death once in a boss battle, just so you can get captured and tortured, and believe for the rest of the game that the woman that you met and slowly developed a connection with died because you fucked up. That is what makes Sniper Wolf a great fucking character and a great boss to go up against.
And it's one thing to just have that, but it's one thing to keep the emotion so strong up until the point where you actually put the bullet in her yourself.
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now. Okay, hero. Set me free.
You know how much Crying Wolf has in relation to what I just said? Fucking nothing! There's no encounter with her beforehand. You don't know any of these BNBs. The only time you ever get any hint of their backstory is when Drebin calls you up after a fight and it's like, story time, Snake. And she actually has good backstory.
Time for another bedtime story, Snake. This one's about Crying Wolf. You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment. When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away. The camp was crowded with refugees like herself, and little children like her brother. Day and night, she was tormented by the cries of babies. The wolf that followed her heard her sorrowful screams and answered. He made his way around the camp, and one by one, he silenced the children. She tried to stop it, but she was powerless to stop the wolf. A few days passed, and on the eve of the enemy's raid, there wasn't a child left. The adults who survived were torn up pretty bad. Of course, there was never any wolf in that camp. She was the one who killed those babies. But she couldn't bring herself to admit it. She couldn't bear the thought of herself going from one baby to the next, howling like a wolf, snuffing out their little lives. And she never did, even as crying wolf, a lonely beast forever stalking the battlefield. Snake, fighting with you made Wolf finally accept what she'd done. She was cleansed by you. If the cries she heard of children on the battlefield have been silenced, it's because of you.
I mean, this is a good backstory, and it's a real backstory, too. All these war crimes that you hear of on Wikipedia or, like, any article, you hear that, you see them in text, and then you go about and do your day. But when you look beyond the lines and you look at people actually affected, they have a much more sinister story to tell. It's the one story that I literally heard, and I had to stop and do a retake because it was actually fucking serious, like, super serious. You know, it was something that I could actually believe was a reality. And that's the only backstory we hear after we've done her in. I mean, this is the fault with this game's characters. You go up against bosses that you have no emotional investment in. And the thing is, they actually have some emotional backstory that if it was fleshed out, could be way more effective than anything we've seen in the series. That's what fucks up this game even fucking harder than you would imagine. Metal Gear Solid 4's biggest problem with the bosses is that they are lifeless shells. And you know what? It doesn't get any easier. Every Metal Gear game that came out after Metal Gear Solid 4, we're talking Peace Walker, we're talking Metal Gear Solid 5, the bosses, if they have even been existent at all, are bosses that are so inferior to what we've had in the series beforehand that you might as well not even talk about them. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't even consider the bosses in that game to be actual bosses. They're just fucking wastes of time. And if we're going to talk about the actual AI weapons in Peace Walker as bosses, well, difference of opinion. I actually think I'm 100% right in what I've said, okay? That's where we're getting at over here. It's a piss-off, for sure. But you know what? After the battle, it's time for you to progress on through the final sneaking segment of Shadow Moses. And, of course, remember, you gotta switch to disc 2.
Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc. I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 for disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2?
No.
Huh? Oh, wait. We're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc. Dual layered, too. No need to swap.
Damn it, Otacon! Get a grip!
Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next.
I feel like Sony must have called Kojima Productions and they were like, yo, you gotta tell people that they're using Blu-ray discs. I mean, I guess this was during the height of the format war, you know, HD, DVD, and Blu-ray. And I guess I have to believe Kojima Productions was told to plug this in some way. I like to look at it as an Easter egg, but it's a pretty heavy one too. Now, for me, this is lighthearted. I kind of laugh at it, but I remember back in the day when I was reading on gaming forums, Xbox gamers were like, how dare Metal Gear Insult? And then PS3 gamers, they used this fucking clip every time to hit Xbox gamers. And
I remember reading these articles way back in the day, like Metal Gear Solid 4 too enormous for Xbox 360, where they were talking about the Legacy Collection of the version where it's like, Hideo Kojima's explained why MGS4 and the Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection isn't available. And then he points out that it's due to the Xbox 360's use of DVDs, and he said that it would require like 7 discs to be ported to the 360, which, to be fair, I don't think he's wrong, but I remember when I backed this game out to my custom firmware PS3, probably could have been done on like 2 or 3 discs. It also didn't help that this game had uncompressed audio, if anything, but he did say when it's the next console, maybe, yeah, it never came out on PS4 or Xbox One. We kind of got shafted with this game preserving itself.
For me, I just considered it kind of funny, and it was a nice callback to the disc switch from the PS1. Now, you then meet up with Vamp at the Rex hangar, where, yeah, this is where you have your next boss battle. Now, again, I'm going to say this much about Vamp. He's a fucking useless character. Like, I'm sorry.
Oh, wait. Oh, hey, Naomi. Wait a minute, let's let this scene play out.
This place will be your grave, as my queen wishes.
Yep. Yep, there we go. It gets me every fucking time, I swear, dude.
He has no redeeming quality. There is no point in the story where I ever think, wow, I feel kind of bad for Vamp or somewhat sympathetic. No, this dude's a fucking comic book villain. So anyways, his gimmick for the battle is pretty standard. It's not that he's even a hard guy. Have basically 500 bullets at your disposal because this guy is a fucking sponge.
Like, it's actually comically that fucking simple, because this guy's AI isn't exactly one to tout around. Even on harder difficulties, he pretty much keeps his distance and just eats bullets. Any of his attacks have such a wind-up time that, like, even if you weren't paying attention to the game, or you couldn't even, like, move your hands, or you were, like, fucking completely disabled from the neck down, you still have a better reaction time than this actual dumbass that you're going up against. So it's really just buying a shit ton of bullets from Drebin, taking him out. It actually is a lot easier once you get a lot of extra items in the game. One of them is a sunlight gun that you can just use to down this dude immediately. And then bam, that's pretty much it. And listen, if you don't actually do this next phase correctly, you're going to be stuck in this combat loop, so make sure you have that syringe that you got in Act 2, the one that suppresses nanomachines, and jab it right into this dude's neck.
Because if you remember, Vamp gets recharged through his nanomachines. So you get a brief window of like 10 seconds when he finally gets up from being knocked down, and in that moment you grab him, CQC hold, and stick the needle into his body. That stops his nanomachines from regenerating him. If you don't do that, you're going to be stuck in a fucking loop battle. So it's just one of those segments you have to remember when you're going into it. Raiden shows up and continues a fight with Vamp on top of the Metal Gear Rex. Now, this is where the screen splits up, because now it's high stakes shit. What's happened is Vamp has called in Suicide Gecko, whose job is to blow up near Metal Gear, and effectively sent us so many that he's going to blow up the hangar and cave everyone else in. So, what Snake has to do is grab the railgun that he picked off Crying Wolf, destroy the Gecko, while that's happening on one side of the screen, and on the other side you see this badass battle between Raiden and Vamp. Two dudes going at it, and the history between these two, like I said earlier, is pretty heavy. Remember, Raiden and Vamp, they have a reason to not fucking get along, especially Raiden. And it's glad to see Raiden fucking kicking this dude's ass in.
I mean, I'm also super glad that they split screen this segment in, and you have this awesome fight choreography on the other side. Remember, Snake and Raiden are pretty much partners since Metal Gear Solid 2. Maybe not, throughout their entire extensive careers, but, like, they've worked together, and they obviously have a camaraderie, so it's great to see that for the first time, Raiden's not written like a total edgelord, and he's actually bringing in the fight hardcore. I mean, dude, I like Cyborg Ninja Raiden when he's this. I don't like Cyborg Ninja Raiden when he's a complete brooding hellhole, so gotta give credit here. This is the few moments in the game where the dude actually is given his fair shake.
Eventually, though, the fight is won, and Raiden beats Vamp, and then it's revealed that Vamp is again being kept alive through nanomachines. So, it's to a point where the nanomachines are not functioning as well anymore. And so, what Naomi does is she gives you the nanomachine suppressant, and you stick that into Vamp in order to, give him a quick and painless death. Now, she gives this to Otacon, who, remember, his sister died at this dude's hand. Now, you might call me a piece of shit, but guess what? I wouldn't give this fucker that. I'd let him die painfully and miserably. Fuck you. You killed my family, dude. There ain't no fucking second chances or forgiveness. But ultimately he grabs a syringe, sticks it into him, and he goes out pretty peacefully.
And it's so obvious they wanted to recreate that moment with Sniper Wolf's death where she was put out of her misery as she was lung shot. But here's the key difference. Sniper Wolf at least had some form of morals and ethics. Vamp throughout his entire career, for as much as we knew him, was probably one of the worst people out on the battlefield. Even the war crimes we heard of the BNBs that went through as they were children, Vamp was probably committing them to an extent in his own accord. I mean, this guy's a complete degenerate piece of shit since Metal Gear Solid 2. He has no fucking morals. He has no ethics as far as I know. Fuck him. Like, I know the whole point is to be the bigger person and not end up becoming like Vamp, but yo, I'd fucking piss in his eye socket. No joke, no cap. I'm serious. And honestly, seeing him die, I was like, good. You fucking killed Emma from MGS2. I'm glad you're dead, dude. Alright? I hope you rot in hell, Vamp. I know that's pretty heavy coming from me. Now, this is where you're gonna get one of the fucking worst forms of fan service. Get ready for this one. Naomi announces she has fucking cancer.
Vamp and I, we are the same. We're living corpses. Our bodies kept barely alive by nanomachines.
Then you...
Cancer. I shouldn't even be alive right now. The nanomachines have kept it from progressing.
Yeah, we really pulled that one out of our ass, ladies and gentlemen. Now, she apparently has some super terminal mega cancer, and I'll be fucking real with you. I really checked the footage to just figure out where this cancer was. And apparently in Act 2, she's kind of like throwing up a little bit, you know, getting pushed down. Very reminiscent to everyone in this game when they have their nanomachines fucked with. So I didn't chalk it up to cancer or anything. I really didn't go with it, but I guess Kojima wrote that in so early, and it's so blandly written in that now we're supposed to believe she had this mega cancer all along. I mean, holy fucking shit, this is really goddamn contrived.
It's not like she's on death's door. She's not even visibly hurt by it. Act 3? Nope. Act 4? She's grabbing Vamp's nipples before she's not affected by the cancer. The cancer isn't doing anything. In fact, even in this scene, she outright says, "My nanomachines, they've outright stopped the cancer. They stopped the flow of time."
The nanomachines have kept it from progressing. But there's nothing more they can do. With the nanomachines gone, time will unfreeze and begin to flow again.
What are you saying? Goodbye.
Now, bitch, you cured cancer. Okay? You cured cancer with your nanomachines. Good for you. Now, it's funny because in this scene, she announces that she has to die. She can't do anything. She sticks herself full of suppressor nanomachines. And in a second, the cancer literally starts destroying her rapidly. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. If the cancer was that bad, we would have seen visible notions of this throughout the game, which we didn't. So clearly she cured her fucking cancer. Now, this is where the conspiracy of it comes in. I feel like this had to happen because the original ending to Metal Gear Solid was so shit, that Snake and Otacon were going to turn themselves in because they're fugitives, they're terrorists, and they were going to accept death. The writing team behind this game had to stop Kojima and said, look, that's really dumb. This had to be the fucking concession. Now, let me explain from a fan service perspective what I mean. When Sniper Wolf died in Metal Gear Solid 1, okay, Metal Gear Solid 1, that affected Otacon. He actually fell in love with her. He fucked Naomi once. Once, maybe. And then he's like, man, why does this keep happening to me? I'm falling in love. Look, I get it. Maybe he falls in love fucking quickly. But like a couple days? You thought something was going to happen in a couple days? She used you. She used you. And you think after 10 years, this guy would have grown up a little bit. But no, it is what it is. So she ends up killing herself. And this is purely to cash in on the Sniper Wolf death. You want to know why that is? Because they fucking play Enclosure, the same fucking soundtrack from Sniper Wolf's death.
I'm sorry for everything.
That
was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me.
And it's to the credit of Metal Gear Solid 1 that Otacon and Sniper Wolf's relationship was more built up. Obviously more than a few fucking couple days than it was in Metal Gear Solid 4. I mean, it's this reason, and there's plenty of others. I mean, if you just put the scenes next to each other, it's very obvious they were trying to go for the Sniper Wolf death, but they didn't have enough build-up for the payoff that they were trying to achieve. Her death is written in purely to say fuck you to Otacon and fan service the players. But here's where fan service fails. When you write deaths in that make no sense, you have failed to realize why the Sniper Wolf death scene mattered that much in MGS1. In MGS4, Naomi's death literally exists for no reason than to call back to the fucking death of Sniper Wolf. What a shitty reason to write that in. There is no one in the world that can explain otherwise that that was not a stupid fucking thing to do. Anyways, though, then you get the epic Rex escape scene. Now, for the first time in the franchise, in Metal Gear, a franchise called Metal Gear, do we actually get to fucking pilot a Metal Gear, and Rex specifically. So this scene is pretty sweet. If you wanted to farm some Drebin points, this is that scene. Like, this is where you make that money, son. And for the most part, it's pretty good. You ride in an Otacon escape, and when you finally get to the end of the tunnel, that's when the real magic begins. Liquid Ocelot is there. He's there. And you know what he's in? Metal Gear Ray. Now, for context, Metal Gear Ray was designed by the U.S. Army to destroy Metal Gear Rex. And understand, this gives it not only an advantage, but the fucking pilot behind it, Liquid Ocelot, has technically piloted both a Rex and a Ray. So this dude has all the advantages. And what do we have? Otacon, which is probably the best advantage we can get. Now, fighting Metal Gear Rex versus Ray, not only do you get an awesome soundtrack, but the actual battle is done pretty well, too. On a harder difficulty, the AI can be it can be pretty good. But on normal difficulty is what I played on. Fighting Ray, you pretty much have to keep your distance. Make sure you use the machine guns, because the other two weapons are fucking dog shit useless. The machine gun is enough to stagger. Once you stagger Ray in this boss battle, you want to go up and basically make sure you get the CQC triangle prompt and basically bash the shit out of it. You can also CQC the robot. It kind of looks silly, but it's pretty effective. And for the most part, this actual boss battle, I think, as far as a Metal Gear boss battle that I envisioned as a child, it pretty much fits the goddamn bill. It's not too long, but it definitely, for the amount of time you get piloting these Rex and Rays, it's a fun moment. It definitely is what it is, alright? And quite honestly, if the game had ended here with this boss battle, I might not even be fucking disappointed. It's a pretty good battle. Now, however, at the end of this battle is the final cutscene. And this we gotta talk about. Now, Liquid Ocelot eventually, he gets out of the Ray after he's gotten his ass kicked and starts running towards his new ship. Now, what is his new ship? Well, his new ship is Outer Haven, which is basically the Arsenal Gear redesign, except for some reason, get this, audience, he made Mount Snakemore. Yes, I shit you not. Mount Rushmore, except they're all snake characters. Normally, I would expect this out of fucking Reddit memes, but yeah, this is Mount Snakemore. And I think for a lot of us Metal Gear fans, this is not only stupid, but hilariously fucking stupid. I mean, I always tell you guys to follow your dreams, and I think this example is good enough. Think about it for a second, just on a meta level. There's a 3D modeler that got fucking paid for this monstrosity. And you know what? They did a great job, but they were just given a shit thing to model. Now look, I'm just gonna be real here. Okay, somebody at Kojima Productions at the time definitely gave this thing the stamp of approval, and it probably was written into the script as when the Outer Haven rises up from the heavens or the ashes, it will showcase the faces of all the snakes before. I swear to God, this thing cringes the fuck out of me. I don't understand how they could just pass Mount Rushmore into the entire... Sorry, Mount Snakemore into the entire thing. I'm trying to add logic to the scenario. Yeah, it's a hilarious point, and I just wanted to fucking rant about it because of how bullshit it was and how fucking stupid it is. And honestly, it's not even fan servicing at this point. It's just an entirely unique asset that fucking missed the mark, dude. And I've probably ranted about it longer than I goddamn should have.
Now here, Snake is about to pretty much give in into being crushed by Outer Haven, but Raiden chops off his fucking hand to jump, run up there, and hold this thing back with his sheer strength. I don't buy it. I'm sorry, that's Outer Haven. You see how big that fucking ship is? I mean, you might have the best military muscles in your legs, but no, I don't buy it. Regardless though, Raiden gets crushed wholly by Outer Haven. And this is a pretty emotional scene where he remembers the dialogue that he shared with his ex-girlfriend Rosemary. I mean, truth be told, it does get to me every time I play this segment. Because, look, I like Raiden as a character. This death scene that he had here might be the best fucking writing that Raiden has received this game all the way through. For the one time in Metal Gear Solid 4's writing, the fucking staff was actually respectful to Raiden.
But see, I don't even know how true that statement is, because the dialogue isn't even unique to Metal Gear Solid 4. It's pretty much straight from MGS2, at least as far as I know. God damn.
But wait, Act 5 gets fucking worse. Let's talk about it. Now, as Snake is about to get crushed and destroyed, the Missouri steps in, starts firing missiles at Outer Haven. Now, you think that Mei Ling brings this ship across, that Liquid could just sort of, blow the ship up? Fire a little missile at it, a little fucking, little attack of the Missouri, sort of nip this little problem. But he doesn't. Instead, Haven retreats into the sea and he fucks off. Snake gets picked up by Mei Ling, and that's sort of the end of Act 4. Now, from a fan service perspective, it starts out well. However, with the amount of aneurysms that I've had just in this segment alone, you can tell that even as a long-time nitpicky Metal Gear veteran, this shit fucking hurts. And even if you weren't a Metal Gear veteran, the writing itself is very fucking apparent as to why it's not good. But you know what? That's just one of the many faults that Metal Gear Solid 4 does actually have. You gotta point out the faults where the faults exist. But it's the end of Act 4, and now we have the final act, Act 5. Oh, Act 5, the ending. Whew. Okay, we're here, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting close to the end, and it's time to hype up because this is a hype chapter. This is the finale to the entire franchise, the last act, the last bout of gameplay on my chronological run for the series. So let's be real. At least from a personal perspective, I'm pretty hyped, and I'm hyped even talking about it right now after all is said and done. Now, Act 5 begins with a briefing on top of the Missouri where Mei Ling, Foxhound, remaining members, which the U.S. Army Spec Ops in this case, Snake are present, and, they're here talking about what they have to do. The information that they're talking about that's provided to them actually comes from Naomi.
Look, man, I have no idea whose side she was actually on. I don't know who she was trying to screw over or not. I'm sure we'll get to the answers in the end, but, mentally, I'm just gonna be real with you. Dog's already checked out.
But basically, the entire gist over here is we need to get onto Haven, Outer Haven, the ship, and turn down GW, destroy it one final time just before Liquid is able to launch a nuke against JD and gain full control of the system, thus allowing him to enslave the human race. I mean, the stakes have never been this high.
Wait a minute. Wait. Dude, Johnny, no! Oh, dude, that is not an endearing character trait. Holy fuck.
When you chronologically play this game, and you play something like Metal Gear Solid 3, right, where it's just like this nice romp back in the 60s, you never know that this entire thing can actually lead up to an AI-controlled system forward. So it is definitely intriguing to see how it plays out and what it eventually is led up to. Now, through this scene, Snake is literally on life support. Like he's on an oxygen tank. He literally cannot take much more. And it's actually at this point that Otacon and Snake share a moment together.
Now, this scene's really touching because if you ever remember the original script to this game, the actual ending Kojima envisioned was both Snake and Otacon were going to turn themselves in to the United Nations since they were both technically eco-terrorists and accept the death penalty. But because of this, I feel like the scene just gets way more endearing. I mean, obviously they don't do that at the end of the game, but compared to a lot of the other characters, these two get more of a bittersweet ending, if anything. And honestly, they're the only characters in the franchise, or at least the few characters that have actually learned from their many mistakes. I mean, Solid Snake blindly took orders, and Hal Emmerich designed weapons that actually almost ended the world many times. And then they spent a better half of their adult careers actually fighting against the mistakes that they made. And they lived life on their own terms, rectifying those exact mistakes I talked about. And for them to have a moment like this is a little bit more hard-hitting than usual when you take the entire context of things in. Oh, and if you thought his health game wasn't bad enough, he has to walk through a literal microwave hole in this section, or this act of the game, which, you know, is going to cook his body from the inside out. I mean, I'm surprised his eyeballs don't pop when he gets to that moment, but we'll cover it in due time. As far as a security checkpoint is considered, a bit too extreme for me, but, you know, it's a world-controlling AI, so I guess I'll give them a pass, right?
This is the final thing, and the game sets it up like no tomorrow. Everyone is here. They are walking down like it's a fucking 2000s action movie. Drebin is here to make one final set of sales, because obviously Liquid taking over the entire system, now he doesn't need Drebin to launder guns, so Drebin, he only has these customers left, and that's about it.
So, I mean, I guess if we fuck up, he's completely out of business. Now, to Drebin's credit, he does provide the team, like, anti-material rifles and all the laundered weapons that they can get, and also a bunch of catapults that they can use to completely fly from their ship to Haven as soon as it opens up for the final nuclear launch. How many people do you think this force sends into a massive Haven like this? Just take a guess.
3. Fucking 3. Count it, audience. 3. Who did they send? Snake, obviously pretty good. Meryl, good. Johnny, the fucking dunce that he is, gets sent along with him.
And just to twist the knife in just a little deeper, he doesn't even make it onto Haven. He messes up. I mean, Snake's the only one that lands properly. Even Meryl screws up to an extent, and they've been jacking off on him about his age all the time. What's wrong with them? Out of the 3 people they send, Snake's the only one that has a chance, and he's already pushing 85 years old. I mean, you know, they're not even trying to stop world domination. At this point, if they fail, I wouldn't even give them a fucking participation trophy. God, this is such a bad attempt.
You got a team full of U.S. special forces, and you send one old dude, one actual proper agent of the U.S. Army, and then one fucking savant. Well, it's all on you, boys, is what I'm going to say. Anyways, though, they jump on board to Haven, and finally, you're on the last sneaking segment of the game. In fact, Act 5's gameplay, if we're going to fucking call it that, is probably like 14 minutes worth of gameplay. I shit you not. Okay, if you're a speedrunner, you could probably get this done faster than it takes most people to shit.
And no, I'm not trying to just make a joke. I literally mean it. There's only one sneaking segment, one boss battle, and one retirement home snafu that you have to go through. That's pretty much all this act is. It's mostly a watching act, if anything.
Like, this is a very, very quick section. Now, to its credit, the final sneaking section is pretty decent. However, there are certain set pathways you can take to quickly speed through it. I followed one. Here, the only actual enemy you encounter is the final Outer Haven like PMC, where all the enemies are effectively frogs. They have a bit of a heightened sense of awareness, but it's nothing that you can't just knock out from like 5 feet away without getting caught won't help you. You have to be careful though, because the constant caution phase pretty much ensures that if you get caught once, oh, you're fucked, because the alert phase doesn't go away. You can't just hide from them. They will find you, and they will tear your butthole to no end.
Now, the sneaking segment does have a couple different branching patterns, but if you want to make it super easy for yourself, just sneak by the left side, and you should be pretty good as long as you're maintaining your camouflage index to a high degree, and that's about it. But anyways, getting through this section, you go down an elevator, and finally to the command center. And look, as badass as they've actually been so far, I mean, all you really have to do is channel your inner Jaegerman and just M870 these bitches until they fucking are gone from existence. But then after this, guess who shows up? Johnny. Yeah, I guess he didn't actually fall off into the sea. No, he made it just fine. And he pulls off one of the greatest shots of all time. I mean, when Screaming Mantis shows up, he pretty much fires a shot from an anti-material rifle at a fucking small floating doll. I mean, this is not an easy feat. Anybody shooting a gun will tell you this is a hard thing to do, but I mean, Johnny pulls it off, and I guess it kind of shows you that this dude is a full-on savant. Like, I mean, I guess in Act 1, maybe it showed up that he had some technical intelligence, but I mean, if he's pulling shots like this off, why is he not carrying Rat Patrol Team to no end? I mean, I guess he really is a goddamn 10-year vet the way that he claims, if he's pulling stuff like this off. I guess he just has his moments of, like, clear stupidity, and I guess maybe that is the most endearing character trait to have.
Careful, I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
Yes, you are, buddy. Yes, you fucking are. Now you get to the final BNB battle here against Screaming Mantis, and it's an obvious callback to Psycho Mantis. Basically, the general premise over here is for when you get into this fight, you can't actually hit her because she keeps messing up your aim. Now you may wonder, well, what do I do to rectify my non-aiming problems? Well, I mean, you could take about a Viagra, some Cialis, or just inject some natural nanomachine wholesome homeopathic suppressant into your bloodstream, and bam, she can't control you. Could get it? All she could do was use the nanomachines to control you. And once you get that out of the way, then you actually get to the real meat and potatoes of the fight. And all she really does is pretty much bring dead people back to life somehow, or reanimates them, or controls their limbs enough to open fire at you, which is incredibly fucked up to do, but it is what it is. I think at some point she can bring Meryl up and get her to shoot herself in the brains, but I don't think that's ever happened to me, and I don't think it could actually happen to you either. There are some cool Easter eggs in this situation, like for example, in the original Metal Gear Solid 1, if you were fighting Psycho Mantis, if you switched controller ports, Psycho Mantis would have no idea what your inputs would be, and that would be a good way for you to take him on. Now in this game, if you switch your controller port on your PlayStation 3, it actually doesn't work and you get this funny cutscene.
Otacon, what's going on? I can't move.
You can't move? What the heck did you... Oh, Snake. Did you set the controller number to something other than 1? Let me guess. You thought back to your battle with Psycho Mantis and figured the same tactic would actually work again, right?
Well,
Nice try, Snake. But this time the controller number has to be 1, or else you can't control your actions.
What the hell? Whose dumb idea was that?
Don't look at me! I'm sorry, but it's simply not going to work.
But again, aside from not being able to do the same tricks as last time, the battle is relatively easy. See, all you have to do to win is there are 2 actual dolls floating to the left and right of Screaming Mantis. These are the Mantis and the Sorrow dolls, respectively, so all you really have to do here is take both dolls out. You really only need the Mantis doll, but if you grab both dolls, you can actually, store them for later, or get them again on a second playthrough for massive Drebin points. Anyways, use the Mantis doll and actually just hit her with it, and this is where if you have the PlayStation 6-axis controller, because everyone does, and being a Sony PlayStation 3 exclusive, the game definitely has to remind you, shake it like you got some developmental problems, and then bam, you've actually won the fight. So congratulations. Now it's time to witness the beauty that is Psycho Mantis.
Psycho Mantis literally fucking shows up in this battle, and he poor shames the hell out of you. Let me just make that fact apparent. If you don't have a DualShock controller, which I didn't, then Psycho Mantis will shame you for not having vibration in the controller. He will, however, commend you for actually having a hard drive over a memory card, because your hardware definitely has a superior upgrade at that point. So congratulations, thank you very much.
Reading your personality, or rather, your past. That's right. This is no trick. It's true.
What? Where is your data? Where is it saved? There's no memory card. Damn. Your skills have improved, or rather, your hardware. How about this, then? Witness my psychokinesis. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now, I will move your controller by the power of my will alone. What? No vibration either?
No more massages for you, then.
Also, one thing to note very heavily in this section is this isn't the first time Metal Gear has poor-shamed its audience. If you go back to Metal Gear Solid 1 during the Hind D fight, if you were using a mono television, the codec conversation you have regarding that will be very quick to tell you, man, it's fucking sad that Snake only has one speaker.
You'll have to destroy that Hind, Snake. Use your ears, Snake. You should be able to tell where he's coming from by the sound of his rotor blades. Huh? Snake, you're not using a stereo TV?
It can't be. A mono TV. Well, Colonel, there's nothing we can do about it.
I guess you're right. Snake, don't worry about it. There's more to being a good person than just having a stereo television. You can do it just the way you are.
Mono TV.
Look, I love it when the writing staff goes to that level, man. It's those little nods that give Metal Gear its identity, I'd say. Anyways, after this fight is the one final walkway down the corridor. Here, Meryl meets up with Snake, and Meryl's like, I'm gonna protect you this time. And, you know, it's... Look, it's a bit cringy, man. I'm gonna be real with you. Meryl has a Desert Eagle. She's got, like, what, 21 rounds? She's gonna hold back as many frogs as she can, just so Snake can make it to the end and stop GW. It's commendable. It is what it is. So as you run down this hall, the only enemies you'll encounter are the Scout Gecko, which... Bring out that shotgun and wipe them out is all I can say. Wipe them out like no tomorrow. Whip out that shotty, call it a day. You do this long enough, walk down the hall long enough, you actually end up seeing another scene. And this... Let's talk about it.
So Johnny comes in to give Meryl the ammunition care package and also to support her by his side, and they hold off a bunch of frogs, and here Johnny makes a revelation. He's actually scared of getting needles.
Tell me something! How come Mantis couldn't control you?
I figure she probably used people's nanomachines to manipulate their behavior. No nanomachines, no control.
But don't you?
No, I don't have any nanomachines in me.
What?
Every time we had mandatory shots, I ducked out.
Don't tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Nah, I just hate needles.
Yeah, you heard it. Our 10-year resident vet in the army is actually afraid of getting needles. So that explains why he must have been shitting himself back in Act 1, and actually, every time the system was shut down, the only one not affected was Johnny, because he was never under SOP control as well. Now, I really don't understand from a writing perspective, was he just laundering his guns and equipment the entire time? I have no idea. And let's be real, when you're that high in the Special Forces anyways, don't you have to go through shit like torture training? You can go through that, but not through getting a fucking needle? That's really the case? But you know what? It gets even fucking better. Because guess what? He announces his love for Meryl.
But if you're afraid of shots, why'd you join my team?
I wanted to be near you. To protect you.
Johnny?
Meryl. I've always loved you. Ever since Shadow Moses, when I first laid eyes on you. Meryl, marry me.
You've got a hell of a sense of timing.
You'd rather stay single? Okay, but we don't have to make it official.
No.
Because Meryl's ass was sticking up in the air in Shadow Moses Island, Johnny popped such a fucking mega boner that he fucking fell in love that moment and said, this, I'm gonna marry her. I'm gonna make her a fucking wife in 10 years, dog. Now, what? Is that real? Now, you think that you think that Meryl would be, like, sufficiently creeped out. But she's fucking into it!
No. I'd just rather do things my way. Johnny. Marry me.
Huh?
I'll say it again. Marry me.
Sure. It'd be my pleasure.
Initially, I thought maybe she's saying this because she knows that she's fucking dead. Like, you've got 40 fucking elite agents trying to kill you. You're probably expecting to die. But no, she's into it. They're actively fighting. They're doing the best they can. She actually wants to get fucking married to Johnny. She's getting into him too. Now, maybe I could accept this if there was like a showcase of love throughout this game, but when the fuck did she ever indicate it? She never really reciprocated to Johnny. I mean, what, when you stopped him from sexually harassing Mei Ling, was that a sign of love? Was that like, oh, I'm getting a little jealous that he isn't sexually harassing me? What? Like, this whole marriage scene is fucking stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Whoever wrote this, dude, what are you digging out of the Fisher-Price rules?
You know what? I'm just gonna go make some G Fuel and let this fan service handle itself. Just listen to this.
Snake, there's something I've really got to ask you. It's why I followed you up this far. Have you ever loved someone?
That's what you came to ask?
No, I mean, I was wondering if even soldiers fall in love.
What are you trying to say?
I want to ask you, do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield?
But anyways, you end up moving on to the next fucking poor scene where Snake ends up coming to a security checkpoint just before the microwave hall. Now it's here where Snake is finally like giving in, like his body is fucking giving out. The nanomachine suppressants aren't working anymore. The fucking frog troopers are there, and they whip out their blades. Now normally I would expect, wow, Snake is fucking down. He's crippled and out. Maybe I should just whip out my 5.7 and put a bullet in his head. Nope. In fact, they give him so much goddamn time. Raiden comes in. You might be like, Raiden? What the? Didn't he get, like, crushed by Outer Haven in Act 4's ending? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. 100%. He comes back with just one missing arm, but he gets a cool jacket. How'd you survive it? I don't know. But here's where you get the next bit of dialogue. And look, man, I'm gonna be real. I think they just fucking hate Raiden. I think they just hate Raiden. This dude gets the worst dialogue scenes ever. Like, we're talking, if you had to whip out every fucking cliche between Snake and Raiden, this is it.
I am lightning. The rain transformed.
Raiden pretty much says, look, you're going in a microwave hall? Look, my body's a machine. I can take it. And Snake's like, look, you still got your youth. You've got Rose to go back for. You got all this stuff in your life.
Snake, leave this to me. I'll go to the server room.
The corridor's full of microwaves. One of us is enough.
My body is a machine. I can take it.
Your body may be a machine, but your heart is human. You've got a life to go back to.
She means nothing to me now.
Raiden, look at me. You still have your youth. Don't waste it. You can start over. From here on, this is my fight. We tore the world apart. Made your life a living hell. It's my duty to put an end to all of this.
I get it. I want to get it. I want to understand. But, like, holy shit, this goddamn script is contrived as hell by the time you get here. Let me tell you. Anyways, though, Raiden accepts it, and he holds back as many frogs as he can. And this is when you get to a pretty goddamn emotional point of the game. Now, the microwave hall scene is one that everyone who's ever played Metal Gear Solid 4 remembers. It's a scene where Snake has to trudge through the microwave hall segment. Now, normal players who actually played this game will realize, wow, I have 10 rations. Why isn't Snake just scarfing it down? But a more level-headed showcase will tell you that it's really a showcase of Snake's sheer fucking will at this point. He starts off with almost no health, and towards halfway into this microwave hall, as he's literally being cooked alive, I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure his eyeballs are supposed to, like, actually burst because of these microwaves, but they don't. He still makes it through, losing, what, half of his suit in the process? And look, his health dries out, but his psyche, it clings up. That's a showcase of this dude's fucking will. This scene is split horizontally, where at the bottom you can see the microwave hall segment of Snake going through, where eventually halfway you have to mash that triangle key, and it gets hard when you're on the last, when you're on the harder difficulties. You really have to go through. You really have to put in your will. I mean, dude, my fingers started to kind of sore up after the end of this. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I got a little boo-boo. But, you know, it is one of those points. And not only is it those points, but you can really see the extent of the battle above you. I mean, rays are being sent out. Metal Gear rays are being put around. Mei Ling even has to fucking shoot a couple things, I'm pretty sure. You got Raiden fighting off all these frogs, eventually succumbing. He can't fight them off that long. You've got Meryl, you've got Johnny going at it. I mean, this is like a battle of the ages type of shit, man. This is the last final confrontation, and it's really good to see all of this before the true finale hits. Anyways, you make it through the microwave hall, and this is where you get eyes on GW's server cluster, and it looks like a digital graveyard. So, effectively what has to happen over here is, now that Snake's made it, Otacon has to plug himself into the system and upload the virus cluster that Sunny developed. Now, as he uploads this cluster, the Scout Gecko finally come and try to attack Snake, but he tries to hold them off as long as he can while Otacon is working on uploading this server cluster, this worm that they made, this redone worm to kill off GW. Now, after he's done all of this, everything stops. The frogs stop, the Scout Gecko stop, everything stops. And guess whose face shows up on the fucking walls? Naomi's! Okay, so what did Naomi do? Apparently Naomi initially made contact with Otacon to create this worm, but she found that Sunny was the smarter engineer. Sunny and Naomi ended up designing a fucking cluster based on Emma Emmerich's research, her original source code, and somehow fused the Fox-Die virus with this cluster so that as it was uploaded to GW, not only did it kill the GW AI, but it spread through the Patriots network and started to immediately delete every other AI. The Patriots literally died. It committed some form of digital cellular apoptosis, and everything in the server cluster is gone. The Patriots literally died within minutes. Naomi comes in to give her final death message, which, may I remind the audience, didn't need to happen. Her suicide was still fucking meaningless. She didn't have to die for this. But I guess she did. Cool. It is what it is. I mean, Otacon's reminded again that the love of his life, or the budding love, is dead. But it's this ending that, you know, I'm glad Naomi finally had her thing. I feel like I understand Naomi as a character because her revenge arc makes a lot of sense. If I was her, yeah, I'd hate Snake too. Okay, and sure, you know, she might have seemed like a double agent, triple agent throughout the series, but in the end, she did ultimately redeem her character because she put an end, or assisted the end, of the Patriots' tyrannical system, and that's something you can fucking respect. So yes, the Patriots are dead, everything is gone, and Snake has passed out. Now, in this entire case, Snake has been dragged out to the top of Outer Haven, and this is where that final battle kicks in. Now, for those of you who have played Metal Gear, you knew this was coming. This is a pretty important segment. This is where Liquid Ocelot comes out, and he announces that everything that he's done was on purpose.
Rise and shine, Snake. Look, the war is over.
Why? You could have stopped us.
Stopped you? Why would I want to do that? This is just as I'd hoped things would end.
Yep, even all the clues that he ended up giving, because he wanted the Patriots to, I guess, die too, to be freed from the system. This was the end goal. I'm gonna call bullshit on this because let me just be fucking real with you. Him taking over the Patriots would have been the better outcome for the evil villain that he is. Why the fuck would he make this long, contrived bullshit story arc to stop the goddamn Patriots when he could have just easily hijacked and made them his bitch? I call this nonsense, okay? We know that Liquid is a fucking comic book villain. I don't care how much you want to say he wanted to free himself from Patriot control. This dude had tiny cock syndrome, and he wanted to be something big. But he failed. He failed hard. He's an idiot. Alright, and now that he fucking lost, I'm pretty sure he's saying it just so he can save some face and ego within himself. Now, anyways, this last section is pretty interesting because Liquid Ocelot finally brings up Snake, and they have their final hand-to-hand battle where they're going at it. And credit where credit's due. This is a very well choreographed battle. I mean, for the first part, I was really into it.
Now, it's very obvious this is the first one to a heart attack scenario, but I must say, for 2008, the choreography is insane. Even seeing games nowadays, I'm just not witnessing this same level of creativity and actual development. And like I said way earlier in the video, if I was to see this game remade on the Xbox One, PS4 at 4K, 60 frames, or even on the next generation systems, I'd cream myself. I mean, this is without a doubt one of the best choreographed fight scenes out there, and it's worth just watching and breathing in. But what makes it absolutely amazing is towards the second half, when all the beatings are given, these guys finally, after one lengthy hug, give each other a nanomachine injection, or I don't know, steroids or Viagra or something, or tapioca pudding, I'm not sure.
You see health bars. Look, man. This scene is so good. They remade it for fucking Death Stranding when you fight Higgs at the end. Look, this is some good shit, okay? Finally, we get health bars. And you know what that means? This game is going to end on a CQC battle on top of Outer Haven with our boy Solid Snake and Liquid Snake. I mean, that is some bro shit right there. I mean, you, as much as you want to hate MGS4, you can't deny that it has, like, the greatest final boss fight of the series, hands down. And this is definitely a good hand-to-hand fight. It's not, like, overly long, and it can be definitely challenging, but it's a battle that takes you from age to age. You start off with Metal Gear Solid 1's hand-to-hand style. The music is from Metal Gear Solid 1, the final fight, and the health bars resemble that of Metal Gear Solid 1. Halfway into this phase, it switches to Metal Gear Solid 2. Tanker Incident starts playing, the health bars change to resemble Metal Gear Solid 2, even the moveset both of these guys have changed. This is taking you through the ages. You get to Metal Gear Solid 3 and fucking Snake Eater is, and you're fighting him. Classic. This is some good shit. I'm pretty sure Ocelot kisses you on the cheek at one point. It gets good. And then the final phase of this battle. But before we even get to that, can we just acknowledge the CQC, everything is done so well. I mean, from a gameplay perspective, the fight you have over here couldn't be more refined. There is a proper battle system. Guarding, CQC, like we're talking combos, 3 to 5 hit combos, grabbing of the enemy, throwing them onto the ground, constantly punching them away. I mean, this is some good hand-to-hand fighting. Alright, like, I mean, it's not half-assed done. This is good. And by the time you get to the end, the old Snake section, the Metal Gear Solid 4 combat, these guys are withered away. You can feel the age on both of them. The way that they move, the way that they throw punches, the way that they get after each other. I mean, it's really a battle that takes you through the entire franchise. I mean, it's kind of like when you beat Earthbound or any video game where it's taking photos of you throughout and it plays that album. You know, this is kind of the same thing. You know, you're at the finale when this is how things end. And this is why Metal Gear Solid 4 will always be the conclusionary game to the franchise, regardless of how many games came after it, because all things end like this. And no, we're not talking about Rising, because I've already had my outburst. Let's leave it at that. And after you win this battle, that's the end. It's done. Game over. You can time clock it. It's over. The game is finished. And you get the final set of cutscenes to finish and tie off the game. So sit down for a while, because the ending here is... There's a lot of ending.
Now, I've seen people toss in the claim that this is like a 3-hour ending, when in reality, let me tell you, I clocked it, it's like an hour and 10 minutes, maybe hour long, if you take out the actual, like, credits from it. I think Kojima took this criticism way to heart, because Death Stranding pretty much has a 2-hour ending, so don't worry, in the Kojima-verse, the longest ending ever to be played through is still Death Stranding.
So, to tell you the ending over here, the Patriots' control system is over, but the infrastructure remains intact. All the advancement of humanity is there, except no Patriots global control, which is the best thing out there. Snake and Otacon finally end up getting their fucking, like, reprieve, and at the end of that hand-to-hand battle, even Ocelot comes back. And this might be one of the dumbest fucking things I've seen, too. See, you know when we talked about Liquid possessing Ocelot through his arm? Yeah, we thought that for the longest time. It turns out... Ocelot hypnotized himself with Liquid's fucking personality. I mean, all the contrived bullshit that we've covered so fucking far doesn't come close to what I just uttered. I didn't even want to include it in this video because it's so fucking absurd. Yes, I don't know why he does it. Actually, the game explains it very poorly. But we'll all get to that. But regardless, Ocelot does come back, and he does give his like final line. You know, he gives you a little gotcha, and that's sort of how it ends. Ocelot ceases to exist, and one by one, the old guard is slowly withering away. So, anyways, at the end of all this, every character sort of gets their ending. Meryl and Johnny end up getting married, and Meryl actually reconciles with Campbell, who she fucking hates. Still hates, but they're gonna work towards healing their relationship. They end up getting married in a tiny small wedding out by the Nomad on some South American runway. And over here, even Drebin shows up with some John Woo fucking doves flying around and flowers and everything. And Drebin actually lays some fucking truth bombs to Otacon.
And you might be saying, man, this whole marriage scene, Muda, come on, you gotta make fun of it somehow. Look, you see how long the fucking runtime for this video is? I'm already mentally checked out. I'm just gonna appreciate that somebody got married and someone's getting lucky, hopefully tonight, and that's all I'm gonna leave it at. You know, man, if one of you guys or gals gets laid after this video, congratulations, okay? You deserve it. Solid salute all the way to you. Anyways,
Drebin tells Otacon that all of this was actually planned by the Patriots. Get ready. Get ready for more contrived shit real quick.
They probably never realized it themselves, but... Rat Patrol, Team 01. Voila.
Patriot.
Yeah, Drebin basically announces that even he wasn't a true gun launderer. He was actually brought in by the Patriots. He was born into a child army, the LRA, same group that Raiden was active as a child too. And in that group, alright, he was born as a war orphan. He lost his family, and then the Patriots brought him into the gun laundering business. So, effectively, the Patriots had actually planned this whole thing to get back at Liquid. What the Patriots didn't conceive was that they were going to die in the process too. Everyone lost. Everyone who was running the Shenanigans, oh, they're gone. Liquid's gone. And the Patriots are gone. And then Drebin is free from that control too. And this is one of the big revelations he ends up giving. Sunny, who actually finally has an interest in going outside despite being a hermit for pretty much most of her life, finally asks Otacon the question, is Snake coming back? And Otacon, you know, this is his bro. The only one that doesn't get a good ending is my buddy Otacon. I mean, imagine, everyone here is having a good time. And Snake's gone. I mean, Snake...
That guy always keeps you waiting.
It's okay to cry, man. It's okay to cry.
Now, before we get to Snake's ending, Raiden is actually a big ending over here, and it's quite possibly my favorite ending of the franchise. Raiden is in a undisclosed hospital getting patched up and actually looking like a normal human being for once, when Rosemary and a child shows up. Now, up until this point, Raiden doesn't know that his child exists. In fact, he's been told by Rose that when she was pregnant with his kid, she miscarried. So he looks back and he's never seen his kid his entire life. And he fucking hates Rose's guts. Trust me, I would hate her guts too after the shit she does to Raiden. But Rose basically announces that after MGS2, she faked a relationship with Campbell to shield herself from the Patriot's eyes. I don't know what kind of shield that Roy Campbell possesses down there or anywhere, but it must be a pretty good shield, because that is one of the most contrived fucking reasons to give up on the person that you have fallen in love with and left them behind. I mean, look, I can get leaving Raiden behind because he's fucking abusive over all of it. You don't deserve it, sister. But immediately getting into bed with Campbell, I mean, you're gonna have to have a better reason than, the Patriots were keeping their eyes on me. That's a bullshit reason, and sister, we fucking know it.
But I mean, these are just nitpicks. Overall, I do love this ending because even he gets... But I mean, those are all super nitpicks. As a whole ending for Raiden, he does meet up with his wife, they reconcile, and he finds out that the child that was once miscarried is actually alive and was growing up the entire time, and he finally actually gets to be a dad. And considering that he's mostly a cybernetic robot, I'm sure that there's no functioning penis, so if this wasn't it to have a natural born son, there was no other chance out of it. So I mean, it really is the best case scenario for our guy.
You know, this is why I don't like fucking Rising, because this is a good ending. I mean, this dude's fought for a long time. He's an ex-child soldier. He's been in this game as long as anybody, and he's suffered as much as anybody. And for him to have this ending made me fucking smile back in the day. Dude, this shit still gets me. I still tear up watching this fucking cutscene because it's so fucking well done. I mean, yeah, sure. You know, has this game been cringy in terms of delivery and writing so far? Sure. But when you get a good, wholesome ending like this, you can't help but kind of cave in a little bit. I mean, it's fucking cute. It's good. I like it. And then they fuck it up with Rising, because apparently he's... Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it, man. The gameplay is good. The story can eat my ass, dude. It can eat my darkened asshole for all I care. Fuck Rising story. I'm just going to say it as it is. All right, and that pisses you off, then that pisses you off. Now, this last cutscene is pretty strong. Remember how in the beginning of this video, we said that Snake is at his finale? Like, he probably won't fucking make it? Well, let's not forget that in Act 2, it was revealed that he was turning into a biological weapon. The final job Snake has is to rid the world of one final fucking bioweapon. And that's him. So Snake goes back to Arlington, where the main menu first started. He grabs a fucking 45, and this scene is a hard scene to watch. If you get triggered by suicide stuff, you probably want to skip a little bit further ahead in the video. But Snake grabs his gun, sticks it into his mouth, and that's it. That's fucking it, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. This shit gets me. When I first saw this, like I said, man, Solid Snake to me is like a full gaming icon. I've grown up with Metal Gear. Imagine growing up with a game franchise and you get to the final game where it's the worst case of fucking irony. The worst case where this dude has fought his entire life saving the world and he ends up becoming an even worse weapon in comparison than what he stopped. I mean, it'd be one thing ending the game off with Snake just disappearing into the sunset. It's another thing where he has to logically shoot himself in the fucking head. And it's a hard scene to fucking swallow. And that's how it ends, man.
Shot to the head, credits rolling, and ah, Big Boss is here. It's not over yet.
That's right. Good. No need for you to go just yet.
long time, Snake.
You think it'll all be over? New day, new dawn, debriefing time. Now, this is actually a bit of a bombshell. At no point in the game's story do we actually expect Big Boss to come back. I mean, for all things considered, all of us thought he was a biomort. He was effectively brain dead. But not really. I mean, the game gave him a voice actor, and you best believe the real ending is stuck right here. Now, we did actually see him burn alive in Act 3, right? You may be wondering, wait, how could he come back? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get down to the explanation. Now, what you actually saw was Big Boss's perfect clone, Solid Snake, who also ended up being brain dead after the events of Metal Gear Solid 2. I mean, I personally thought he was dead, but I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4, he's alive. You know, I guess it is what it is, right? Now, Big Boss was actually still in a coma until Act 5's GW deletion, that when the virus was injected, Big Boss, the real one, the one you're witnessing, actually did wake up. And here he starts to detail what actually really happened. Well, not before the biggest CQC hug imaginable. Now, understand this. Solid Snake has technically killed Big Boss twice. One of them was Venom Snake from Metal Gear Solid 5, you know, when that whole section got retconned. But there was one point in the story, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, that he did set his father on fire. Now, of course, it's understandable he'd be a little surprised that Big Boss is standing in front of him in the flesh. But hey, you know, what can you say? Metal Gear has had far bigger twists than what you've just witnessed. Let me just leave it at that. Now, he goes in for a CQC hug, and let me just tell you something, okay? This is a pretty heartwarming scene. No more fighting, no more nonsense, one hug between father and son. I mean, this scene always gets to me. And do you want to know, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but this game was released on Father's Day weekend 2008. Fuck you, Kojima. You pull at my heartstrings, and then I look even further into history, and you're tugging on them even harder.
What makes this scene even more impressive is if you look at the voice actors for Snake in Japan, Akio Otsuka, him and his father Shikao Otsuka were actually estranged at the time. And according to Famitsu and even the podcast that's downloadable within the game, it turns out Hideo Kojima actually chose these two father and sons for their roles as father and son in this video game to thaw the ice and sort of like, you know, reconcile their relationship. And here's the best part. They actually did reconcile. Now, unfortunately, Shikao Otsuka had actually passed away from heart failure in 2015. But it's great that even if it's because of this game, father and son were finally able to get back on a fruitful relationship rather than remain estranged. And even if you hate Metal Gear Solid 4, I think it's that fact alone that just makes the entire game that more magical, even if it's like kind of unintended.
Now, it's at this point that Big Boss pretty much details the entire story, and he basically fills in all the gaps that we really needed to hear in the first place. Now, he reveals that Eva, Ocelot, and Naomi Hunter were actually on this massive plan that was hatched since Metal Gear Solid 1. Now, the moment this AI went offline, Zero's location was actually revealed, and it's shown at this point that Big Boss brings him alongside Arlington, and he's in this vegetative state. But it's until now, when Big Boss woke up and the AI got shut down, that they all discovered the location of Zero, the man that they were hunting for through decades, the man that Big Boss has so much bad blood with.
So let's fill in some context before we go any further. Big Boss pretty much just showcases that he has a lot of pity for Zero. He has this massive epiphany where he basically comes to terms with how he screwed up understanding the boss's will and pretty much ruined his relationship with one of his like longtime friends. And did he ever really truly understand him is the biggest question that he actually had to think through his head. Now, this is where the later games in the franchise, Peace Walker, and more specifically Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain come into effect pretty hard. Now, once you beat MGS5 Phantom Pain's storyline, it unlocks a set of series called the Truth Tapes. And if you think this epiphany is important, it is. And it's important especially because Zero has the exact same epiphany in the 70s when he visited Big Boss during his coma in the events of Metal Gear Solid 5 in a secret tape.
Nice place, isn't it?
I went to a lot of trouble bringing you here. Here, where no one will find you. Still, the Ocelot's on guard duty, just in case. Maybe knowing that will help you sleep better. I had no intention of coming, but this could be my last chance. If you'd just come to see me first. Do you remember the last time I visited you in hospital? Our first mission together. After the boss threw you in that river. Broke your arm. I'm quite sick myself. Up here. There's nothing they can do. I always was the forgetful type, as you know. I'm all right for now, but they say it's a one-way street. If you don't wake up soon, I won't remember you when you do. I don't mind about myself, but what he did to you, I can never forgive. I've sent him to Africa, and I doubt he's coming back. Jack, once your little holiday here is over, well, who knows when that will be. But anyway, I probably won't be around. I'll be somewhere even you can't find me. A tombstone chiseled into the code of a machine. That is all I leave to mark my existence. Wake up soon, old friend. Time is running short.
When you play Metal Gear Solid 5, to understand the context, because of Skullface's interference in Phantom Pain, he kept away Big Boss and his friend Zero from ever communicating, and while he put Zero in a vegetative state, understand this much, Big Boss never heard Zero's final thoughts or his epiphany, even in 2014. It's because of this, Big Boss pretty much spent his entire life building up Militaire Sans Frontières, Outer Heaven, and Zanzibar Land. And at the end of the day, even Zero never ever got to know that Venom Snake did Skullface in the events of Phantom Pain. The man who kept him and his best friend separated, all of that combined together, when you really realize, had these two reconciled during the events of Metal Gear Solid 5, then maybe the Patriot system would never have been activated. Maybe Big Boss would never have pushed for privatization of military forces. As much as this game likes to pull the whole notion that the Patriots were responsible because the AI mutated and pretty much formed the war economy, understand this much: the war economy was a formation of not just the AIs, but also Big Boss's plans for private militaries in the past. So all of this mutation is literally a cause of these two having their falling out. Had they fucking reconciled, the amount of pain that was shared in the future and the dystopian world that we were presented for the last 4 hours might not have fucking existed. And that's probably why this game benefits a lot when you add Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain. Metal Gear Solid 5 is not a great game story-wise, but it's a great context filler if you play it chronologically, in my opinion.
Now, Big Boss reveals effectively what this AI system was, and it was an AI system that was designed decades ahead. No one really saw it coming. This happened way before the events of Metal Gear Solid 1. When you play Metal Gear Solid 5 and you get to the truth tapes at the end of that game, it actually even further contextualizes how deep this AI rabbit hole goes. In fact, this AI rabbit hole goes to the point of the internet's first formation. The AIs that Zero had created was a system designed to control the world in a very ordered fashion. This is what Zero believed the boss's will was, and this is how he chose to go along with it. Remember at the beginning of this video I talked a lot about Metal Gear Solid 5 and its gameplay as a business management simulator? Well, that was the Pandora's box moment for Metal Gear Solid. And when you actually play that game and see how profitable Diamond Dogs is, it shouldn't shock the audience as to how profitable companies like Puve Armament, companies like Ravensword, companies like Praying Mantis Private Solutions, these big PMCs, the Big Five in Metal Gear Solid 4 actually were. You shouldn't be surprised to see these multinational warmongering corporations be as effective. And that was really a case of the Patriots AI being so soulless, emotionless. No ounce of human intervention was ever used in crafting this war economy. It was just a set of basic rules and thoughtless emotion generated by a computer that caused this war economy to be as flourishing as it was. I mean, even back in the days of Diamond Dogs, these companies were run as simple upstarts, not as massive, thought-out entire businesses and industries that Metal Gear Solid 4 had pitched. And it was this mutation that ultimately Zero didn't even expect. It was something that had to happen. It was the logical conclusion of things when you look at how the world was meant to be run. It's fucked up. And the only reason it ever got to this stage was because soulless computers were effectively leading our path into it. And that's just how it is. Now, at the end of all of this, Big Boss details that Snake is actually not going to be a bioweapon. You know, Snake was about to blow his brains out because he thought that he was going to turn into a giant walking biological nuclear weapon, so to speak. Well, at some point during the events of Metal Gear Solid 4, the Patriots AI injected, or something had happened where a new strain of Foxdie, the virus, was introduced into Old Snake. This Foxdie virus is slowly killing the old Foxdie mutating virus. Now, this new strain of Foxdie actually ended up killing Eva. It ended up killing Ocelot. And now it's ending up killing Big Boss. So the AI, this Foxdie virus, actually is ending pretty much everyone involved in this Patriot system. Everyone involved in this complete destruction of the world. Everyone who had anything to do with it is slowly being withered away. And the only last remnant of this is Solid Snake. Big Boss makes a really good point towards the end of this storyline, towards the end of this explanation, where he even tries to validate Liquid Snake and Solid Snake as some sort of good figures, which, to be honest, when you look at their intention of setting themselves free from the Patriot system, they fought for their freedom and ended up dying. I mean, the only one that comes out of this is Solid Snake, and maybe that's because he chose to go live life on his own terms, without seeking for revenge or any of that, but he was the only one that made it out with the chance of having the time to think.
This takes us to our final scene in the game, where Big Boss crawls up to his mentor's grave and finally succumbs to the Foxdie virus that is now eating away at him. Now, this is a very endearing scene. You gotta understand, even if they're not father and son, Solid Snake and Big Boss, it's interesting to see that this mutual respect that they have as soldiers ends up playing out, and Snake finally also comes to term with going after this guy for decades upon decades. He buries the hatchet. I mean, the hatchet is gone. There is no surviving member left anymore. At this point, all each operator can have in this situation is a mutual amount of respect. Snake gets to walk away and live the remainder of his life on his own terms, and Big Boss finally understands what his mentor actually wanted. I mean, imagine dying without having this epiphany, without realizing that you fought for something that was so malformed and twisted in the end. And it's a good ending for Big Boss because, yes, at least he dies knowing that he was wrong, and he finally understands what his mentor was actually all about. The same epiphany that Zero went down earlier. Without the context of Metal Gear Solid 5, this guy pretty much pities Zero, but honestly, when I played the series chronologically, I ended up pitying Big Boss way more than anybody else. But finally, it is the end, and father and son do share one final cigar with each other. And Big Boss succumbs and Snake is left to think. I mean, the last note is very hard-hitting, and it does just finish so beautifully. And thus marks the end of our video.
But you have been given freedom. Freedom to be outside. You are nobody's tool now. No one's toy. You are no longer a prisoner of fate. You are no longer a seed of war. It's time for you to see the outside world with your own eyes. Your body and your soul are your own. Forget about us. Live for yourself. And find a new lease on life. Boss, you only need one snake. No. The world would be better off without snakes. This is good, isn't it?
Metal Gear Solid 4 is a game that has a near and dear place in my heart. It's not a perfect game by any fucking imagination, any stretch of the imagination. But I feel like everyone sort of shits on this game for being overly bad. Listen, it has its bad moments, but if you think the original Metal Gear Solid is sort of a lightning in the bottle type situation, then I also think Metal Gear Solid 4 in its own way is lightning in a bottle. There's clearly a lot of heart and a lot of soul poured into this game, and for all of the writing issues, for all the fan servicey crap that we ended up getting, there's no doubt in my mind that it's still a very decent game. I mean, if you ask me, is there any bad Metal Gear game? Oh yeah, there is. Metal Gear Survive, without a doubt. But are there any bad Metal Gear Solid games or anything? And my answer to that is always no. Even for all the faults each of the Metal Gear games have, they're still objectively very well-made games. And the same thing you could say for Metal Gear Solid 4. I think a lot of the nitpicking series veterans do is because we can often be the ones that find the plot holes and the retcons so quickly. And it also applies to any other game. You know, Metal Gear Solid 5 is a game that I've met a lot of people who were never into Metal Gear absolutely love the game. And most series veterans like me hate it just for the storyline alone. The gameplay was always solid for this game. The story and its inconsistencies was always the thing that held it back. At the end of the day, Metal Gear Solid 4 actually should never have existed. This was a game franchise that was willing to end at the second game. I'm pretty sure most of these games came out because of contractual obligations to Sony and pressure from Konami. But even with all that said, there's no doubt that even when the gun is pointed to the heads of Kojima Productions, or Hideo Kojima himself, or anybody involved, they can still churn out a good product. You can't deny that there's a lot of soul and energy and heart put into Metal Gear Solid 4. Does all of it execute? No, not all of it, but I'd say as a whole, the product that we got was still pretty damn good, and I had a blast playing through this game all over again. Now, that being said, there's plenty of other awesome franchises that I ended up looking into, that I ended up just embracing. For instance, Yakuza was a franchise that I just recently got into that sucked me in like Metal Gear Solid. You know, Metal Gear and I had our long chapter, and finally I can put this game to rest. Will I come back and replay this franchise? Oh, hell yes. But this video was a long time coming, and it comes from a person that was one of the biggest fans of this franchise and still is. You know, I grew up playing the shit out of these games. And finally, as an adult, I can say that my time was very, very well spent. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Metal Gear Solid 4, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. It's time for me to head out and maybe get hyper obsessed with another certain stealth franchise out on the market.
I'm sorry. We're closing the office early for some routine maintenance. Please try again tomorrow. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid the office is closed for the evening.
I'm here to see Tom Reed.
Mr. Reed is currently unavailable, but if you'd like to make an appointment, Mr.
Fisher. I used to work here.